everyone. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. My name is Lav Kanoi. I'm a postdoctoral associate here with the Religion, Ecology, and Expressive Culture Initiative, and also a lecturer in anthropology. My own research is broadly in the environmental anthropology of India and South Asia, and with Evan Graves, who just walked out of the room, I organize this exciting initiative that supports and amplifies cross-disciplinary and integrative work at the intersection of religion, ritual, religion, ritual, ecology, and the environment, expressive culture more broadly. It's under the aegis of REES that we were able to bring this wonderful exhibition that you see set up around you and affiliated with which the symposium is being convened. I welcome Patte Loper, Andy Kemp, Erin Genia, and formal introductions in a moment, along with all the other wonderful participants to a day-long series of exchanges, as well as those in the room and those who are joining us online. I should say that this online broadcast is being recorded, and I trust that's okay with everybody, but just make note of that. This event and so much else that goes on at the ISM wouldn't be possible without the dedicated and untiring work of several people. Katya Vetrov up there, hello Katya. Anesu Nyamapingitza, who's also a panelist today. You'll hear more about that in a moment. Sachin Ramabhadran, Evan Graves, Martin Jean, and others. So thanks go out to all of them. We have a very exciting lineup of conversations around this exhibition. 2 panels, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and then a performance in the evening by William Teixeira, and we'll speak about that in due course. So what I'll do is I'll offer a brief introduction to our first keynote speaker, and then we'll hear from her, and then I'll give individual introductions for each of the panelists, and we can hold on to our questions and then ask questions perhaps when all the presentations are done. But if you have a burning question, I'm pretty sure that you could fling that out there and speakers will respond. So Dr. Eugenia Kissen is a visual anthropologist who specializes in the anthropology of art and material culture. Her research focuses on contemporary art and environmental justice movements, analyzing the ways that art is understood as a political force and how it comes to matter in social worlds through practices of display. Her understanding of these questions and their stakes have been shaped by long-term collaborative research with First Nations artists and activists in British Columbia, Canada, and draws on indigenous understandings of art as relational belongings, foregrounding cultural transmissions, and intergenerational practices of care. Her book, Aesthetics of Repair, Indigenous Art and the Form of Reconciliation, published by the University of Toronto Press, takes up these questions in relation to the Northwest Coast, the aesthetics of the Northwest Coast and its politics. She's artistic director of the Gallatin Wet Lab, and an art science exhibition and laboratory space on Governor's Island, where a laboratory for other worlds will open later this year. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Lav, for that generous introduction. And thank you all for being here on this beautiful morning. And to the organizers, especially Patte Loper, for making this symposium possible. So I'm speaking today in a couple of different roles. First, as a curator who's been thinking with Patte Loper's Laboratory for Other Worlds for several years as both an exhibition and a book project. And second, I'm thinking as a visual anthropologist from my long-standing interest in the ways that art works on us, both through its many relational practices and also over time through the long-standing collaborations that hold together in this distributed, decentralized laboratory. And I have a snail up on my first slide because my own experience has been a kind of slow, deepening engagement with the artworks, artists, scientists, and curators that have comprised each iteration of this project, of the laboratory. Building on these earlier moments in the project, as well as the research and thought of contributors to the forthcoming book, my remarks today are about the kinds of critical hope that I think the laboratory offers in modeling collaboration. Much of my work takes up the question of art as a form of repair. And I'm very interested in the kinds of attention and care that might sustain us as scholars, artists, and humans in this moment of overlapping social and environmental crisis. This is how I come into conversation with Laboratory for Other Worlds as an exhibition project that is going to be installed this summer in the Gallatin Wet Lab on Governor's Island, which is this art science teaching gallery and environmental research lab that I co-direct with my colleague, Dr. Karen Holmberg, who will be saying much more about her work in relation to the lab and also about our work together with Wet Lab. But for now, I just want to preview that pedagogy is at the heart of this work. Students will be learning for and caring for this, or learning from and caring for this iteration of laboratory, which will also include new work and programming and interventions by artists Erin Genia and Tanya Crane for a whole year, which will allow its lessons and its teachings to really unfold over time, which is kind of unusual in a gallery space for something to be up that long. So I'm going to start with some background on the exhibition as I understand it across different iterations, and then I'm going to give an overview of the book project that I've been editing, working collaboratively with lead artist Patte Loper, as well as the many brilliant collaborators and contributors who've come into the book's orbit, many of whom are speaking later today. Finally, in the spirit of slow looking, I turn our attention to one of the key works in the laboratory and in the book, Loper's plans for future salt marsh refugia, considering how this work embodies and maps collaboration as a metabolic process of artistic and scientific world building. So first, the laboratory. Since its installation as a site-specific exhibition of the Mattress Factory in Pittsburgh in 2019, Loper's Laboratory for Other Worlds has invited viewers to participate in a kind of experiment in living in damaged worlds of our present. Powered by solar energy apparatus, illuminating its paintings, totemic sculptures, and other relics made from foraged and humble materials, Loper's Laboratory recreated a kind of science fiction film set that she describes as being steeped in surrealist automatism, that free associative, unconscious, embodied response that conditions us to perform care for the lands and waters that we inhabit. As a self-contained, self-sustaining system, the laboratory is also a space itself of refuge that mimics the refugia of the natural world. In environmental science, those are spaces that protect life from extinction in times of rapid change. Crucially, Loper's Laboratory harbors no fantasies of mastery or escapism. Instead of a spaceship colonizing new worlds, the laboratory is a site for being with the present, giving us resources and imagination to meet our moment in a kind of pluralist alliance that may, in the end, include incommensurabilities, impasse, refusal, and frictions. Material strategies of reuse and finite resources are an important artistic method in Loper's practice. These include spontaneous and intuitive responses to cues from place-based research, as well as work that's created from biodegradable, salvaged, and reused materials. These building strategies result in structures and forms that are often very fragile, portable, designed to be broken and repaired, and stored in small spaces. And in its most recent iteration that's going to open in the Wet Labs Teaching Gallery, we're going to be experimenting with sustainable exhibition design toward a low carbon imprint by minimizing vinyl wall text and plastic packing materials and running electronics from an off-grid solar panel, which is this kind of DIY curatorial integration of science and shared values in this gallery as laboratory. Now, the exhibition also draws very much on collaborator Andrew Kemp's environmental research site of the salt marsh, and the work around us does too. As he will surely explain much more accurately, his research produces relative sea level reconstructions from coastal sediment, which involves looking for fossils of ancient microscopic sea creatures called foraminifera, who once lived at the shoreline to predict sea level rise in the future. Building on this initial collaboration with visualizing these foraminifera, Kemp and Loper are also in collaboration with the artist and educator Erin Genia, who is a community organizer as well. And together, they've really come to ask this guiding question of the exhibition, which I want to quote here. What if the salt marsh, site of scientific research, were considered sacred? What if the agency and sentience of the marsh itself and all beings located here, even the microscopic ones, were able to be known? While the artworks in Laboratory for Other Worlds visually refer to specific specimens, maps, and biological illustrations, Loper's ethic of building and materiality are also a process of making sacred. Large-scale altar-like cloth-like maps of the sorts of materials that you see in the room around you are created from pieced together panels of cotton canvas designed to be folded for low-impact transport and storage and can be unfurled. Reliquaries incorporating biological and geological material directly from the salt marsh designate the body of the marsh as holy. handheld sculptures bring visitors into direct sensory encounter with these worlds. Loper has described how recognizably sacred motifs allow her artworks to really hold space for grief over species and biodiversity loss, as well as the loss of a stable climate, metabolizing this grief into what Donna Haraway has called responsibility. So splitting that word up into response and ability, a responsibility toward others, human and more than human, with whom we're entangled, which Haraway describes as accountabilities that are extensive and permanently unfinished. In these ways, the laboratory seeks to make climate science and feeling accessible through immersive installation. And in the case of our teaching gallery, daily encounter with students. And I imagine that's much the same with this space too, that it's really a lived space as opposed to a kind of white cube gallery. Now, I want to say a little bit more about the book version of the project. This is an edited volume entitled Laboratory for Other Worlds, Designs for Living Beyond Damage, which will be coming out as part of Bloomsbury's Beyond the Modern series. And we're very excited to be included in that project. It's written several years out from the inaugural iteration and also alongside this current installation here at Yale. And it's really a text that's invested in the exhibition's afterlives, as it's going to circulate beyond the spaces of tangible installation and expand its orbit of contributors. This has truly been a dream assemblage of folks working to imagine worlds otherwise. It includes the curator and art historian Lane Eagles, critics Julie Poitras-Santos and Sabine Sturm, visual artists Loper and Genia, metalsmith and jewelry maker and artist Tanya Crane, scientists Andrew Kemp and Karen Holmberg, and a poet, Juliana Spar, as well as two collective contributions. The first is a visual note from archaeologist Sonia Adelaide from her Center for Braiding Indigenous Knowledge and Science, and the second is an essay by the Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Australian Bowaka Collective. So two sort of parallel projects trying to braid scientific knowledge and different forms of cosmology together. And as you might expect, in a work that weaves together cosmologies from Western science and knowledges from Indigenous American, Australian, and European contexts, these references are sometimes in tension. And central to the book's notion of design beyond damage is a strong suspicion of mastery and a critique of extractivist science. As Erin Genia explains in her chapter on her artwork's engagement with Dakota epistemologies of relation, the land back movement is really a crucial piece of environmental stewardship and justice that seeks to restore balance that has been upset by the drive to master environments. Genia's writing urges us to recognize that while we need shared values to move beyond damage, the outcome is not necessarily a homogeneous cultural standpoint or even shared protocols for care. Rather, she implies that we need to preserve a productive difference around which rituals are shared and which are protected. So, writing from the salt marshes of the Atlantic coastline to the Pacific shoals and the Australian desert, the contributors in this volume are working across sites and genres, emphasizing the connections between these modes of weaving together Indigenous, feminist, and scientific inquiry. These sites are not arbitrary. Rather, they expand on lands and waters that are meaningful to each contributor and serve as sustenance for these forms of place-based knowledge and transcultural connection that are both deeply personal and geopolitical in scope. In Loper's work, for instance, the complex spiritual and corporeal ecosystem of the cemetery occupies the space and concept of refugium, a guiding principle that allows us to acknowledge the disturbing nature of the current moment while advocating for these unseen worlds. And this is really the animating spirit of this book project and collection, which expands from the personal and the material exhibition's collaborative practice into relation with other thinkers, writers, and makers. It's a truly distributed body of text. Now, in drawing this out, I want to shift our attention to one of Loper's works that has been really central in orienting my own curatorial thinking about her work. Plans for Future Salt Marsh Refugia, a large-scale oil and graphite work distributed across 3 panels of unstretched canvas loosely sutured. The central figure, a kind of all-seeing hybrid being with a multiplicity of eyes and breasts, stretches its tentacular wingspan through multiple strata of earth, water, and remains. These entrail-like pathways are seeded with stars, while miniaturized inset landscapes reveal worlds and critters beneath and within its map-like topography, beings within these coexisting forms of life and death. The closer you look, the more you're absorbed with these forms, the body that draws its sustenance from a swampy, teeming sediment. There are many ways to read this allegorical map, and in their chapter in our volume, artists Julie Cuatro-Santos and critical theorist Sabine Sturm offer a rich psychoanalytic interpretation of this work as a kind of intimate and uncanny encounter with the future in the past, or what they call the afterlife of a period when refuge was lost. As earthly reliquary, the salt marsh is a site of sacred preservation and terrestrial archive that the body-mind senses in its attempt to move beyond the paralysis of climate crisis and grief, which is a reminder that our body and the world are porous entities. This map is also an unmap in this way, destabilizing colonial cartography through an insistence on these creaturely and entangled worlds just beneath the surface. In this way, I see Loper as being deeply influenced by Erin Genia's insistence on reverence for wetlands as a counter to the colonial disruption of waterways by infilling and other techniques. This sacredness is also materialized through the map's form. Curator Lane Eagles, in her chapter, has drawn a direct connection between this work and Dutch painter Hieronymus Bosch's famously fleshy Garden of Earthly Delights, pointing out that Bosch's painting may have been intended for use as an altarpiece. In this way, Loper's psychic corporeal triptych, those stitches as soft hinges, its central figure's prayer-like gesture, might be read as a restoration of sacredness and our ability to sense it. Iconographically, the map as reliquary also draws from the surrealist painter and writer Leonora Carrington, whose interest in the body of the world also led her to make visible a passionate eco-politics entangled with forms of the feminine, the occult, and also indigenous knowledge in Mexico, where she lived for most of her life. In Down Below, which is Carrington's harrowing memoir of psychosis and involuntary institutionalization in Spain, she developed an understanding of her belly as a mirror of the earth. In the memoir, she sketches her own psychic break spatially as a map of place beneath the grounds of the sanitarium, which she calls Down Below, a refuge from the social and bodily harm inflicted on her by psychiatrists. In their chapter, Cuatro-Santos and Storm connect Carrington's map of Down Below with Loper's map, finding in both a kind of critical hope, or what they write of as the topographic psychic corporeal map functioning to stabilize unconscious processes that perhaps bear within them spaces of refuge, or living elements that evade conscious human control. In an analogous way, I think, Laboratory for Other Worlds urges us to pay attention to these processes of body-mind and the ways that we might move beyond discourses of damage that merely invite more harm. So the book is basically finished, but as you all know, we keep thinking about its themes long after a project is done. And in the context of the laboratory's afterlife, I found myself returning again and again to this painting and to it as a conversation with Carrington's work. There's much more scholarship to be done on the colonial and anti-colonial strands of surrealism, and in particular on how Carrington's engagement with Mayan healing traditions in Mexico informed ecofeminist politics. And here I would point interested listeners to Karen Eckersley's work on Carrington's posthumanism as a kind of centering of goddess figures in Mexico's anti-Eurocentric women's movements of the 1960s and 70s, as in this poster on the right in this slide. And over time, I've come to view Loper's reliquaries as really building on Carrington's work, while also probing its relations with indigenous ontologies, extending these into more deliberate and accountable forms of influence. So in this context, what does it mean for one's belly to become a mirror of the earth? How might we understand the metabolic processes of the body-mind that Loper's work centers quite viscerally in this painting? And how does its uncanny feminist grotesqueness, a word that itself derives from grotto or cave, offer an allegory for the kinds of collaboration that we wish to model in the laboratory? I want to suggest that in registering the porosity of the body and its complex accountabilities to other bodies, Loper's work proposes a political theory of a gut-centered feminist grotesque. Here I'm thinking with both Kelsey King's art historical reading of the transgressive potential of gut imagery in Carrington's own work, and with feminist theorist Elizabeth Wilson's gut feminism, which is a theory of body-mind that takes the gut seriously as an organ that ruminates or thinks, making it particularly germane to Loper's digestive imagination of refuge and her complex metabolizing of Carrington's work. For Wilson, thinking with the gut enables a feminist encounter with biological data that approaches the body with seriousness rather than mere suspicion as a kind of constructed entity. She argues that feminist theory could engage the contemporary landscapes of science more potently if it was able to read biology more closely and tolerate the capacity for harm. To be clear, Wilson's not calling for violence. Rather, she's emphasizing that any political action involves aggression, anger, and other negative states alongside our sincere, and I would argue, crucial desires for repair. Much of my work has been invested in the reparative, but I wonder now if it can too quickly elide an acknowledgement of harm. What kind of ecofeminist position can accommodate the violence of nature and science alongside its reparative properties? It's here that I think we see in this work, and in the laboratory as a whole, a profound metabolizing of grief at our capacity for harm, both to the earth and to each other. In its tensions and impasses, and in the sometimes friction-filled forms of collaboration, the laboratory is an invitation to think further through the we, that tenuous collective that might be unearthed. So, speaking today to you from this we hope that this project extends the imagination of and desire for other worlds and states of being that are possible in this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kissen, for such a wonderful keynote, a truly remarkable truly interdisciplinary in so many different ways. Our next speaker is Dr. Andrew Kemp, who's an associate professor of Earth and Climate Sciences at Tufts University. His research aims to produce detailed reconstructions of sea level over the last 2,000 years, and in particular to determine the response of local, regional, and global sea level to known climate deviations such as the medieval climate anomaly, the Little Ice Age, and the 20th century warming. Dr. Kemp takes an interdisciplinary approach to this work using coastal stratigraphy, biological and geochemical proxies, varied dating methods, and quantitative paleoenvironmental techniques to reconstruct sea level across these different centuries. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, AR5, is consulting these reconstructions to place current and projected sea level changes in an appropriate geological context. It's a very different definition of interdisciplinary right there, but he hopes that these geological data will aid coastal management under scenarios of future sea level change. Hear from Dr. Kemp, please welcome.
How many faculty members does it take?
Okay, morning everybody. Thank you for being here. A few thank yous to start. Big thank you to Patte for taking me along on this journey, which has taken me to some very unexpected places, including today. And of course, a thank you to National Science Foundation, who funded a lot of this work through their program in marine geology and geophysics. So what I want to do today is introduce this idea that we can use the sedimentary record at the coast to begin to understand that the rate of sea level rise we've observed over the 20th century is unprecedented in this long-term context of the preceding several thousand years. So to do that, we have to know what the current rate of sea level rise is, and at least along the US East Coast, we have really good instrumental records of sea level change that come from tide gauges. So the little inset photograph here is the tide gauge in New Haven Harbor. It measures the height of sea level every 6 minutes, and crucially, it measures this quantity that we call relative sea level. It's the height of the sea surface with respect to the adjacent land. And if you average those data that are taken very frequently, you can derive an annual value which has screened out all the noise from the tides and the storms and that kind of thing. And that's what we're looking at in the animation here. So time is on the x-axis going from 1850 to present, and the height of relative sea level is on the y-axis, where the different colors are a series of tide gauges in this part of the world. New York City at the Battery is one of the longest tide gauge records we have. And what we can see is there's a trend of rise, which superimposed on top of is a lot of annual and decadal variability. But these different gauges going all the way from Rhode Island to New York City show a very coherent pattern of sea level change. The rate of rise over the 20th century is on the order of 3 millimeters per year. It's a pretty meaningless number, I think. So is that an unusual number? Why is it 3 millimeters, not 2, not 4? What will it be in the future? How long has it been 3 millimeters per year? And the tide gauge data is of a limited duration, so to start to answer some of those questions, it would be cool if we could go back and look at multi-century timescales. And it turns out we can, and we're going to go to salt marshes in order to do this. The salt marsh is neither land nor ocean. It's an environment that exists fundamentally at the boundary between the land and the ocean. Its distribution is intrinsically tied to the tides. So if you take a walk across a salt marsh today, you would notice that the plants that occupy it have very strong preferences for the height at which they live. So in the panels here, we're looking at some different environments. In the top left, labeled B, this big muddy area is the lowest part of the salt marsh. It's called a tidal flat. It's underwater most of the time. Spend so much time underwater, plants don't really grow there. This example, I think, is from the White Sea in Russia. If we go to panel C, the area with the dashed red lines, this is in New Jersey. That's a low salt marsh. It is tolerant of being inundated by the tides, 2 high tides a day. In panel D, the big expansive area of salt marsh we can see here in Massachusetts. This is a high salt marsh platform. The plants that live there will only tolerate being flooded by the single highest tide of the day. They don't like to spend more than a couple of hours underwater. If we keep going inland and higher, in panel E, we can see this long, this grass. This is from Prince Edward Island in Canada. This is an environment that is very intolerant of salt. It will tolerate being submerged by perhaps the highest tide of the month or during a big storm. And if you keep going high, you get into salt-intolerant environments, regular forests. Salt gets in there, the plants are going to be killed. So this is a pattern of vertical zonation, that the plants live in very specific environments. If you so chose, you could go a step further and you could look at microorganisms which live in the sediment across a salt marsh. And one of the most important organisms there is this group of organisms called foraminifera. They're single-celled, but they produce a shell or a test, and the morphology of that test allows you to distinguish the species. To give you some context, these are images from a CT scan. The foram itself is around 1/4 to 1/2 millimeter in diameter. If you were to take a sample of sediment from the salt marsh, you would find hundreds to thousands of these things in just maybe a centimeter cubed of material. Like plants, they live at very specific elevations within a salt marsh. And the assemblages then become these very precise markers of elevation with respect to that. So we can observe where they live today and use that to reconstruct how high the land surface was in the past. So to do that, we have to think about how a salt marsh responds to sea level rise. And the cartoon here is trying to convey that information, that a salt marsh surface has forams that live on it, and over time, if sea level is rising, sediment is added layer upon layer upon layer to that salt marsh surface, and it thickens through time in response to sea level rise. The salt marsh wants to preserve its elevation with respect to the tides, such that over several thousand years, we accumulate these thick sequences of sediment, and we can access those by drilling a hole from top to bottom. The oldest stuff is at the bottom, and it gets progressively younger towards the top. Those old salt marsh surfaces are preserved in the core. The foraminifera that lived there are still present in the material, along with plants, for example, that live on the surface. So I'm going to show you a single example. We're going to go, given that we're in New Haven, we're going to go to a site just down the road near Guildford. If you take the train toward Boston and look out the window, you'll see it. It's still there. There's plenty of salt marshes in this part of the world. And typically when we go to visit a salt marsh and we want to collect a core, we use this kind of apparatus. It's very portable, easy to use. It's normally student powered. We push this device down through the column, and it retrieves a barrel of sediment, which we bring back to the lab for analysis. This is a picture of a core from Prince Edward Island in Canada. It's actually an oil painting that one of Patty's students did after she visited the lab. And we can see the oldest material is at the bottom, so time is running from bottom to top, and the different colors are telling us these different environments existed at various times in Earth's history. At the site near Guildford, we did something slightly different. Instead of taking a core, we excavated a trench, because those salt marshes are underlain by bedrock. So this wedge of material that we can see in the cartoon here, this is the response of the coast as sea level rose and moved inland. It deposited this wedge of sediment. We're going to follow the red line. Those samples are going to be the basis for reconstructing sea level. We have to do two things. We have to know how old it is and how high it was at the time it was deposited. We start with the age. In order to know the age of sediment, the backbone of that work is radiocarbon dating. You isolate seeds or pieces of plant from that material, send it off to the lab at Woods Hole, you get an email and a bill and an invoice back, and they tell you how old that piece of plant is. That's the grey bars that you see. It comes back with an age and an uncertainty. The blue envelope is an age depth model. So it's a statistical process where you feed it all the constraints of age and depth that you have, and it estimates the age of every depth below the surface. Radiocarbon kind of falls apart for the last 300-400 years. It's not particularly precise. So we have to date the core using other means. And we do that by recognizing trends and events of known age. I'll give you some examples. So in each of these panels, we're looking at depth below the salt marsh surface on the y-axis, and the x-axes are measures of abundance, in the case of mercury and lead, or activity of this radioisotope cesium in the last panel. So in the case of mercury, unfortunately, Long Island Sound is awash with anthropogenic mercury. We know when it was put into the system. For example, a lot of it comes from hatting, hat production in Danbury. That material was dumped into Housatonic, makes its way down and is deposited on salt marshes in Long Island Sound. This is very much a local marker. You wouldn't find this, for example, in Boston Harbor. Lead is much bigger scale, so the industrialization produces lead, goes into the atmosphere, rains down on salt marsh surfaces. We know the history of that lead production. For example, we can see it begins in the middle of the 19th century, peaks in the mid-70s, after which the Clean Air Act is passed, and we see a rapid reduction of lead being fluxed to the surface. So you would see that in Boston. You wouldn't necessarily see it if you went to Florida, for example. And the last panel is activity of a radioisotope cesium-137. It's produced by above-ground testing. It's produced by testing nuclear weapons. So we see there's very little of it until the 1950s. After World War II, we begin to test weapons in the Pacific. This material is distributed globally by winds, and it rains out onto salt marsh surfaces. Peaks in the mid-60s, when nuclear weapons testing above ground is largely banned and moves underground. So that gives us the age of our sediment. Now we need to know how high it was, and we're going to do that using the foraminifera. So we make observations of where they live today. We count the foraminifera that are preserved in those buried samples. So each red bar here represents a count of foraminifera. The y-axis is again depth below the surface. The x-axes are the foraminifera. The species don't matter, but you can see that they vary through time. As the marsh keeps pace with sea level rise, or falls behind a little bit, or outpaces sea level rise slightly, and we get this quantity. Paleo-marsh elevation tells us how high that surface was in the past. If you put the two pieces together, you've produced a relative sea level reconstruction. So in the top panel, relative sea level now is on the y-axis, and age is on the x-axis. Each box represents a data point. The width of the box is the age and its uncertainty. The height of the box is where sea level was with uncertainty. So we can see that sea level in Connecticut rose by somewhere on the order of 2.4 meters over the past 2,200 years. And in the lower panel, we can derive a rate of sea level change. How much does it change year upon year? And for most of the past 2,200 years or so, the rate of rise has been slightly less than 1 millimeter per year. It begins to increase very rapidly in the 19th century, so we reach that rate today of around 3 millimeters per year. So we're seeing this hockey stick-like behavior, which we know exists for temperature, where variability is relatively limited until we get to the 19th and 20th century, and the rate of sea level rise really takes off. So we can think about this in the context of the future. So these are projections from the IPCC of relative sea level change for Bridgeport for the remainder of the 21st century. In the top panel, it's the absolute relative sea level change, where the different colored lines are scenarios, the shared socioeconomic pathways. These are potential outcomes of human behavior and choices. And in the panel below is the corresponding rate of relative sea level change, where the dashed lines, the lower one is the long-term rate over the past 2,200 years. The slightly higher one is the rate during the 20th century. And again, the different models. And we can see that there is some degree of choice here, that depending on which pathway we follow socially and economically, the 20th century can become unprecedented in the context of the past and in the future, or it can very much become the on-ramp to even more unprecedented rates of growth. So I'll leave it there, but hopefully if you've got any questions, I can try and answer them later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kemp, for those sobering projections. We'll hear next from Patte Loper, whose work is informed by scientific research, the kind that Dr. Kemp just shared with us, folklore and imaginative world-building practices. We got a flavor of that from Dr. Kissen's wonderful description and treatment of Patte's work. Patte creates paintings and multimedia installations that reconfigure art histories to visualize entanglements between ecosystems and humans. A little bit more color than the lines you have up there, perhaps. She currently lives and works in New York City and Boston, where she's on the faculty of the School of the Museum of Fine Arts at Tufts University. She's shown her work in numerous solo and group exhibitions nationally and internationally, including the Drawing Center in New York, the Mattress Factory in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Bronx Museum, the Tacoma Art Museum, the Jordan National Gallery of Fine Arts, the Institute for Contemporary Art at the Maine College of Art and Design, amongst others. She's participated in residency fellowships at Yaddo, MacDowell, and Lower Manhattan Cultural Councils, and was a participant in the Drawing Center's Open Sessions program in 2014 to 2016. She was also a member artist of the Elizabeth Foundation for the Art Studio program for 2014 to 2019. We're delighted to have you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for everybody being here. It's going to take me just a moment to get out of this and get into my presentation. What's happening here? Just logged me out of my computer. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Just what you want when you're already nervous to speak for tech not to work. But let's see here. Okay. I think my computer is restarting. Okay. All right. Well, while we're waiting for this to come back up, I'll go ahead and doing something. I'll go ahead and just say my thank yous, which are many. Just a huge thank you to Lab. Oh, it's back. Okay. Phew. But did it log me out of still? Yeah, it got logged out of Zoom. Okay. Oh, technology. Yeah, it just restarted my computer for some reason. All right, y'all. Sorry, check your phones, send a few texts, maybe put up a post or two, and I will be right with you. Yes, we're logging back on. This is just going to take, seriously, just a second. Okay, I'm joining our webinar. Oh no, this probably logged everybody out. No, they're still up. We should see. You need to turn it off. Okay, yay, thank you. All right, we're back on track. Okay, woo! Did everybody get all your emailing done? I can wait. Okay, all right, so my extensive thank yous. Basically just to the Yale Institute of Sacred Music and everybody here, Eben, Lav, Nesu, Katya, and then of course a huge thank you to Andy, who stepped out. Oh no, there you are. To Andy for just sort of initiating all of this, to Erin Genia, my collaborator in this exhibition, and all the panelists, a few of which we have here. We have Tanya, Eugenia, Karen, Anesu. So anyway, okay, enough of thank yous. So we just heard a lot about the scientific data. And so my job with this project that began as the broader impact portion of a National Science Foundation grant. So my job here was to use scientific research as a departure point for our work. Now, what Andy just told us about projections for the future, I think we really kind of all know that. You know, we're really aware of that. And so I was wondering, what can the art do to add to this? So in starting to think about this, the interesting points that rose up for me were about the marsh microecologies, deep time, close human relations with the land, and of course the immense value of these rapidly shrinking salt marshes. They are an archive of Earth history, they tell deep time stories, they hold rich and unique ecologies, and they provide protection for human and more than human communities along the shoreline and beyond. I will also add that settler communities have long treated these marshes as empty land, as terra nullius, despite being complex ecosystems stewarded by many different indigenous communities for millennia. And I will just add that throughout all of this, I have deeply appreciated Andy as an open-minded collaborator. He's always been really interested in the sometimes less trodden paths that this project has taken. So scientific data. So sea level rise obviously is a concern across the globe as anthropogenic activity changes the balance of ocean currents, melts glacial ice, and heats the ocean. This we know. And we also know that despite the urgency of the problem, human society is having an incredibly difficult time arranging itself in ways that will successfully address this crisis. So a favorite quote of mine from a book that I really love is the phrases existential dread and fear of the future come up every day. We are being defutured as we seek our short-term futures under capitalism. The story of separation, hierarchy, ontological dualism, objectivity, and unlimited growth is a large part of the problem. The story that we inherited from the long history of the West has become a dysfunctional cosmology. All right, so what can we do about that? We can move this slide forward. Oh, there we go. So we can find places to talk about this, right? So I was incredibly delighted to learn that this institute had a Sacred Cosmologies, Environmental Change, and Expressive Culture initiative. I was very humbled and honored when they accepted our proposal. And just to read a little bit from the literature, that was really exciting. A lot of you are probably very familiar with this, but the environmental crisis cannot easily be disentangled from the religious perspectives on the meaning and value of the natural world. And we hear modernism outside coming for us. It's coming. One way to understand these perspectives is through the lens of cosmology, a term that encompasses interrelationships between humans, other than humans, ecological systems, and even the universe or cosmos itself. We might recognize this from an earlier presentation. It comes up a lot, but I thought I would give this to you to look at while I speak for just a minute. So to contextualize how I'm thinking of bringing science and art cosmologies together, thinking of Sylvia Wintor. So one of her major premises is that human beings are created as much from mythology as from biology. Her thinking combines insights from the natural sciences, the humanities, art, and anti-colonial struggles in order to unsettle what she refers to as the over-representation of man. Now, when she says man, she does not mean the humans who are gendered male or like y'all dudes. You know, what she means is our propensity, and this M is with a capital M, I think I said that. She means our propensity to, number one, think that humans are the only force on Earth that has agency, and to number two, to use a particular type of human, a Western human, educated in Enlightenment ideals to stand in for all humans, which is an absolute falsehood because there are a wide array of human beings with varying life ways who actually populate this planet and who have important knowledges and yet who are not a central part of our Western myth. So, okay, so we need new mythologies. What can art do? How does art work in terms of mythology? I mean, I think we have an idea of this, but I thought I would maybe give a really specific, like actually pretty negative example for you. So on the left here, we have Richard Serra's Tilted Arc, which was displayed in Foley Federal Plaza in downtown New York from 1981 to 1989. At 120 feet long and 12 feet wide, the rust-covered plate cut across the plaza, altering and rupturing the normal flow of everyday workers' movements. It was an incredibly unpopular piece of artwork, and to say the least. On the right, we have the defunct Enloe Dam on the Similkameen River in north central Washington, which, while giving no functional value to anybody, is altering and rupturing the normal flow of water, salmon, and the growth of ecosystems. So we very clearly see the visual relationship between Sarah's control over the flow of daily workers' lives and the dam's control over the lives of the more than human. And we can see how artists have visualized the built world and also used the built world as resources. So my question then is, how can we develop an aesthetic response to the world that upholds and respects the lifeways of those who fall outside of the category of man, capital M, both human and more than human? So a conclusion that I have come to is that one way is to consider what it means to live in respectful and relational ways with the more than human world. And for those of you who are familiar with new materialism and environmental humanities thought, I love it because it brings in art, philosophy, and science. And in new materialism, the vitality of matter refers to the idea that objects, materials, and non-humans possess agency and are not merely passive recipients of human actions, but they have their own intrinsic capacities, tendencies, and forces that can influence events and derail human designs. Learning how to be in relation with these forces is necessary to ameliorate the ecological crisis we are facing. And I will very humbly add that this so-called cutting-edge Western philosophy dovetails with long-standing traditional ecological knowledges and other ecological knowledges that fall outside of the Western science cosmology that describe the living nature of our world, that not only are plants, fungi, and animals alive, but so are some rocks, mountains, and bodies of water. Essentially, that the earth is a body and that materiality has a life force. So early in this process, I realized that I did not have enough expertise to really understand the full range of this project. And so I was completely delighted when my colleague Erin Genia agreed to join forces. And Erin, let's see, is an enrolled member of the Sisseton-Wahpeton Oyate. Her work has received attention from diverse audiences and has been exhibited nationally and internationally in many, many places. And we will hear more from Erin this afternoon. But just to sort of describe her work and thinking a little bit is, beyond being an absolutely brilliant artist, her work is in these cases over here, and I can't stop looking at it. There's also an amazing sound piece that hopefully will be on during lunch. So beyond being a brilliant artist, she has worked tirelessly to amplify the voices of Indigenous artists, and she is someone who thinks deeply about the accountability of institutions, groups, and social structures who have profited from stolen land. I will add that to me very meaningfully, in the sound piece that she created for this exhibition, we hear a Dakota voice demand, "Give me noticing." Another incredibly valued collaborator who is here in the room with us is Tanya Crane. So Tanya's work utilizes materiality to consider how extractive practices affect the body and communities. As a metalsmith and particularly a jewelry maker, Crane sculpts with the body in mind. And she is a very deep thinker whose work honors the shared material and social histories that have the power to show realities that normally remain hidden. So really, really grateful to have these collaborators with me. And Tanya is a collaborator on the Wet Lab project. And so please stay tuned for that coming this summer to Governor's Island. So as we're thinking of other ways to contextualize Western science cosmologies, I'm considering my own situated knowledge as a lapsed Catholic and feminist utopian by examining pre-modern European sacred traditions. So scholar Max Dashu's research shows that medieval women had powerful place-based spiritual practices related to trees and wetlands before the practice was made illegal by the Christian church. And at the same time these practices were being violently stamped out, a sort of placeless and portable technology of sacredness was being developed by the Catholic, one that placed body parts of saints or holy people into small containers that could be moved from church to church and held aloft during procession, sort of a deplacing of sacredness. So this might look familiar. So this is work in progress for Laboratory for Other Worlds, and what we're looking at is a 12-foot by 6-foot oil painting that is designed to be folded like a map. And in front are reliquaries made from biodegradable material designed to hold parts of the salt marsh core sample, as we heard about. And I just want to emphasize that this work came from conversations with Andy and Erin about the value of these salt marshes, and then Erin's question of what if the site of science were sacred, and in this case, the salt marsh. How would that change things? This is a detail, and I know you've already seen this, but bear with me for a minute. I'm going to just read a short bit of my thinking about this. So while Andy's research site in Belle Isle, salt marsh near Boston, is a direct reference, I'm psychologically mapping this future salt marsh onto Governor's Island. The island was once a foraging and fishing ground for the Lenape before the Dutch turned the island into a fortress, which later became a U.S. military base and prison. It is now a center for art and environmental initiatives in New York City, but the past still looms. For example, we are not allowed to dig into the ground there because of the likelihood of unexploded ordnance and human remains. This led me to consider the ways the present can affect the past, and given Andy's research, how this can extend into the microscopic and global scales. If you look at this salt marsh map, the sedimentary level shows the human bodies that are to this day buried in unmarked graves on the island, and the sedimentary spirals created by storms that render time circular as they hold the remains of our current civilization, the Ice Age, and the origin of the universe. You may also be able to note that the map depicts the marsh as a living body. And this is a detail. This is the future human living in the salt marsh as possibly seen by the microbes. So this is a detail of one of the reliquaries, just to sort of show you a little bit more, kind of diagram out how that all is working. Okay, so really quickly, I wanted to move on to some of the work that we are seeing in this exhibition. So I was really taken during our first site visit with the sort of Teutonic, like almost medieval looking architectural space of this front room, and this actually led me to start thinking about medieval heraldic banners. So here, though, instead of dragons or griffins, I'm substituting in microscopic sea plankton bodies. These bodies contain ecosystems and environments which complicate the separation between the body and environment. And this work intentionally muddles boundaries between the ceremonial and sacred and the scientific use value of the salt marsh and surrounding oceans in order to evoke pluriversal contact zones, described as cosmopolitical events or sites where, through differing worldviews and ways of life, often capitalist, modernist, and indigenous relational, encounter each other. These zones challenge the imposition of a single universal world by insisting on the coexistence of multiple valid realities. So this video shows a giant water flea's beating heart as she interacts with her young. And something that rose up for me very strongly in learning about Andy's research is how critical microscopic organisms are to the science. And this led me to begin thinking about how their health and behaviors literally drive life on Earth, including within our own bodies. And given that, it's amazing how little cultural imagination is given over to their sentience, how they might view their environment and each other. So that led me to create I Hold Your Death in My Body for 1,000 Years. This is oil and unstretched canvas, and it's sewn in ways that are designed to be folded. And it's about 3 feet by 6 feet. You can just see it right there in the hallway. It shows a planktonic creature formed from multiple species, including the giant water flea and her young. And her body is complicated by an environmental diagram depicting the oceanic carbon pump, a biological function by which carbon is sequestered in large quantities in planktonic bodies and then stored after their death at the bottom of the sea, often for millennia. Okay, some of you might recognize this from the other night, but this is a TikTok video of Cinderella the decorator crab, or Cinderella the mantis shrimp, sharing a clam with her best friend forever, decorator crab, who is feeding himself and also the many strawberry sea anemones that he has decorated his body with. So we can look at this again. So she's bringing out the clam, she's sitting back to watch, and he's performing and also having a meal. So mantis shrimp are microscopic when they're larval, and this video led me to title this piece, "I Worship You and Bring You Small Bits of Food," because this is the capacity we know this microscopic creature has. This is so their body holds landscapes and impressions of humans as they might be perceived by microscopic organisms. And finally, I'm going to talk just a little bit about the study center here in the back. So please, if you get a chance to take a look, this isn't a great photo, but these are 2 core samples that were taken locally on Grannis Island by PhD student Cassie Ameti, who will be speaking on the second panel. And these core samples show evidence of middens, that is, collections of refuse that show important material records of human lifeways. These Grannis Island middens show evidence of human activity from at least 8,000 years ago, and they remind us that our human story is long and largely unknown. But something that we do know is that humans have lived largely in balance with the Earth from the time we evolved during the Ice Age, 200,000 years ago, until the last few hundreds of years, when things have started to go very wrong, looking at Andy's charts. As we think what might have gone wrong and where we might do better, we can consider that while we were granted permission by the Native American Heritage Advisory Council to exhibit these core samples, the council did note that this university is not in good relation with the Quinnipiac, the original inhabitants of this land, as I'm sure are many institutions and other universities across the country. So examining why this is and how to repair this is an important step towards gaining the knowledges we will need to survive for another 8,000 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. We next hear from Dr. Karen Holmberg, who is an archaeologist specializing in volcanic contexts to examine the long-term experiences humans have had with environments that change unpredictably. She's interested in how the past can aid understanding of the environmental challenges and crises of the 21st century, particularly in the Global South. Dr. Holmberg received her PhD from Columbia University, after which she taught at Brown and Stanford universities. Her doctoral work was funded by Fulbright, Mellon, and Winogrand Awards. She's a recipient of numerous awards, such as a Creating Earth Futures Award from the Geohumanities Center of Royal Holloway University and the Leverhulme Trust, a Make Our Planet Great Again Award to collaborate with the Laboratory de Géographie Physique at the Panthéon-Sorbonne in Paris, amongst many others. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Patty?
Okay, let's see if we can get this to work. Oh yeah. Oh yay, this is up. Okay, great. Oh. Slideshow. Oh, yeah, because we haven't shared it. Okay, so I need to share and then hit slideshow.
And thank you. And I'd like to echo all of the thank yous that we heard before as well. And just launch in to land is sacred. Earth is sacred. As a scientist, I seek the sense of sacred through the volcano, which for me is the most vivid and graphic example of the Earth having active agency and being a living entity. It's your second email check-in.
It's just us. Yes. Oh, wow, thank you.
All right. It's time for real. Land is sacred, earth is sacred. As a scientist, I seek this sense of the sacred through the volcano because for me, it's the most vivid and graphic example of the earth having very active agency and being a living entity. A volcano is born, it's young, it sleeps, it goes extinct. Before it does so, it has fingers and toes in its lava. It has a neck, its crater. It can be restless, seismicity, and it can be destructive. Yes, sorry. But it can also provide fertile soils and materials for our tools, our shelter, our sense of monumentality, and our community. It created our atmosphere, which allows us to live in the first place. So my childhood was spent in what I thought was the antithesis of a volcano. I grew up in the Tidewater region of rural southeastern Virginia on 60 acres of land that included a salt marsh and 30 acres of oyster grounds. As a high school biology student, I was tasked to do a nature journal in which I visited the same spot, any spot I chose, and describe it over the course of a season. I chose our family salt marsh, and I wrote of its smells, sounds, breezes, the way the fiddler crabs scrambled away from my bare feet in the mud, and the herons and the stingrays that I saw. Artifacts from the rich indigenous occupation of that land for many thousands of years, as well as material culture from the colonial, Revolutionary War, Civil War, and even World War II periods. In the 1940s, there was a training camp in my little rural county. There was also a very vibrant merchant marine role by local watermen in World War II. And these things would wash up onto our coastline. So too, occasionally, would large quantities of red sponges or molten horseshoe crab shells, which always felt sort of magical to wake up and have that landscape completely transformed. Our sailboats were brought ashore at the mouth of the salt marsh, and I could hear the clanging of the rigging at night in the wind, and it merged with the croaking of the frogs and the crickets for me as I fell asleep as a child, and I still love and miss that sound. I appreciated it, but it was known, and I wanted something more. I wanted dramatic, radical transformation in the way that I found the volcano emblematic. It represents large-scale geological and environmental change that we can see with human eyes and our own time spans. So, laboratory for other worlds. Layers, strata, archives, memories, stories. These are remnants of the past that can be breathtakingly adorable, but also patchy and fragmentary. Landscape marking, cartography, artistic practice. These are ways of recording and finding places that can be maddeningly biased and fallible,
are also a lifesaver. These entwined but imperfect components of both scientific and artistic practice are what make Laboratory for Other Worlds so vital and alive for me. As a volcanologist and an archaeologist who wants to query our understanding of past environmental transformations and their relationships to the future, I use these same observations but through different eyes than artists or even from scientists of different disciplines. We all look at nature, but how does nature see us? So if you've never read The Man with the Compound Eyes, I can sum up the novel most simply by saying that it is about how everything you've ever thrown away comes back to you. That is the case of a tsunami in the book that sweeps up one of the great garbage patches, primarily plastic, and dumps it along with a young indigenous man on the coast of Taiwan. The book has, since publication, been a favorite of mine for its description of the sounds that the earth makes when you're inside of it and you truly listen. In particular, though, what struck me in the book was the realization that for all the observations that we do of nature, the gaze is returned to us, but with very different eyes than those that we possess, compound eyes, like those of a fly or a crustacean, consist of thousands of tiny individual photoreceptor units called Amatidia. Each one functions on a separate lens, capturing a portion of the scene, which the brain mosaics into a single image. They excel at detecting rapid movement and wide panoramic views. We lack that skill, but we must do our best. We all need our eyes, all of our eyes, new and old, simple and compound, to face the challenges of the climate crisis. Interspecies communication is something that people are exploring and speaking about a lot right now. You've probably heard of Project SETI. It's a well-known example in which scientists are trying to interpret whale language. While fascinating, we can't even interpret what our fellow humans feel and see differently than we do through our single eyes and our deaf ears. For me, the chance to see differently is what Laboratory for Other Worlds offers. Having an incarnation of Laboratory for Other Worlds as the inaugural art science exhibition for the Gallatin Wet Lab and its permanent space on Governor's Island is both magical and logical. I will describe the wet lab in a minute, but first let me make a quick nod to my pedagogy and fieldwork. So science is art and music is math. These are the mergings that I explore in the class I'm teaching this semester, titled Vomiting Lobsters, Cat Pianos, and Radical Interdisciplinary, What a 17th Century Polymath Has to Say to 21st Century Science. Through one eccentric Jesuit, Athanasius Kircher, and his time period, we look critically at how art, science, spirituality, the occult, and the other were conjoined in the early modern period that formed the Western mind and all of its influences, good, bad, and atrocious. Particularly in science. Eugenia Kissin mentioned that Patte Loper's Laboratory for Other Worlds invokes surrealism and automatism, so does my class. The 17th century was strangely wonderful in encountering both of those, and it always surprises my students that there were multiple automata, including a mechanical lobster that would bubble at the mouth for verisimilitude in the 17th century. So this class allows me to do things like explore how a multidisciplinary open access archive for the deposit and dissemination of scientific research documents, whether they are published or not. What a refreshing openness. I came across how, when thinking about whether there could be a universal language, which was a big concern of Athanasius Kircher in the 17th century, I pulled an article that states this: acoustics is one of the sciences that has left the fewest traces. Sound is stealthy, elusive. Above all, sound is also difficult to represent. The same article states, artistic creations and scientific demonstrations lived side by side with modes of experience in which various senses were conjoined. This describes the 17th century, that article. It also describes how we are. So, well, not really. But scientifically, it has been hard to represent sound. As an archaeologist who specializes in volcanic contexts, I tried to get funding for an acoustic specialist to join a team that I was principal investigator for in Patagonia to excavate a rock art cave under a volcano. I received funding for archaeologists, the tephrochronologist, the faunal experts, and even the new media artists. Yet, you can ground your funding expectation in the materiality of artifactual remains and even visual digital output, yet not the ephemerality of sound. You can even quantify sound now, but it still wasn't considered tangible enough. How can one possibly expect to represent the sacred in a way that is taken seriously? We didn't even get funding for an acoustic specialist. So art science forms the core tenet of the Gallatin Wet Lab, for which I serve as scientific director with Eugenia Kissin as artistic director. The Gallatin Wet Lab formed in 2018 and since 2019 has operated in seasonal houses on Governor's Island until moving into the first renovated historic house at some point in the coming weeks. It's been a long time coming. The Wet Lab initiative formed through our shared belief that coastal cities, due to the very real threat of sea level rise, are at the heart of many ecological crises and environmental justice movements. As we grapple with uneven vulnerabilities and resilience in our communities, art science collaborations are emerging as a leading framework for imagining different kinds of political and ecological relationships in our changing world. Wet Lab is an experimental art science laboratory that permits students, artists, and scientific researchers to create, develop, and display projects that engage with environmental crisis. We engage in interdisciplinary, public-facing teaching across the environmental arts and sciences and encourage experiential learning with community partners on the urban coastline. It's important to note that the wet in Wet Lab is a playful take on the urban coastline and on porous boundaries between disciplines and a commitment to collaboration with organizations that work with marine science and art towards engaged public programming and pedagogy. So from Wet Lab's inception, Governor's Island, which is a 5-minute ferry ride from the southern tip of Manhattan, if you've never been there, has served as a key site for our practice-based outdoor research and artistic opportunities for students and a diverse public. The creative, environmentally focused organization other organizations on the island permit us a dynamic network. Our collaborations with the marine science students and the faculty at the Harbor School, which is a maritime-based public high school on the island, are paramount to this, as our relationships with the New York Virtual Volcano Observatory, the NYU Urban Greening Lab, Grow NYC, Earth Matter, Audubon, now called New York City Bird Alliance, Flux, Swale, Downtown Boathouse, Billion Oyster Project, which I will come back to later, the Conservancy, NYU Gallatin's Urban Democracy Lab, Shandaken Projects, West Harlem Art Fund, Urban Soils Institute, and the Hudson River Project. So just some slides of students doing things. We've got the RipRap team from the Marine Biology, CTE, Career Technical Education, and this is our engineer in residence for the Wet Lab, biology student looking in a microscope, and some of the pigments that get made by our artist in residence, Tessa Grundon. So our house has been activated through use by students in a range of interdisciplinary classes. These students explore and collect data from Governor's Island using the house and the exhibitions curated by Gallatin alumni curators in residence as a hub and inspiration site. The faculty for these classes to date have come from Gallatin, which is where both Eugenia and I teach. It's the interdisciplinary school of NYU, as well as biology, environmental studies, and anthropology. The friend to and collaborator of Wet Lab, Professor Ann Rademacher, described her urban greening lab teaching experience on the island in this way. The collective experiential learning opportunity that was possible on Governor's Island simply can't be compared to classroom learning. On the island, our learning is active and immersive, while at the same time conducive to collaboration and a collective shared journey of discovery. The students in my class developed a strong bond to one another as co-learners and to the natural environment. They came together as a mutually supportive team, challenged themselves to move beyond their comfort zones, and expressed to me repeatedly that they discovered new interests, perspectives, and questions that renewed their energy, enthusiasm, and hope for the future of the natural and human worlds. Many of the art science projects that Gallatin students have worked on in recent years entail exceptionally nuanced and innovative examinations of topics such as subterranean mycorrhizal networks that connect plant root systems to transfer nutrients and minerals, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, water, and carry allochemicals or biological chemicals. These students needed a place to tether their work for a period of weeks or months in order to observe it, And the living laboratory aspect of Wet Lab permits the students to do that, to leave their experiments there. If they need gestation past the confines of a single semester class, they can do that in order to create the data and a body of work that is not usually possible at an undergraduate level. We've also created a program for Gallatin alumni to continue working on projects that started prior to their graduation. This permits peer-to-peer learning that can otherwise be lost between cohorts, as well as a space for deeper art-science intersections through the continuation of long-term experiments and projects. So, Wet Lab is also a teaching gallery, which is committed to involving students with emerging and professional artists, like Patte Loper, working in art-science paradigms towards the curation of exhibitions. Each year, we host an undergraduate alum as a curatorial fellow, mentoring them towards the realization and maintenance of public exhibition and work with our artists in residence. This work has included student fabrication, care, and feeding of artist Jamila McEwen's mycelial Dead Gods sculpture, along with more conceptual work. Art science projects might involve building oyster habitats that are just as aesthetically pleasing to the oysters as they are to us. Experiments with bioplastics, natural dyes, pigments, or developing art installations that enable visitors to see and understand geological processes and timescales. The mycelial work by Jamila McEwen paid homage to massive mushroom ancestors' prototaxites, requiring care and feeding in the gallery environment. Curatorial fellow Patrick Bova, who graduated in 2018, explored the processes and lineages of earth art through Betty Beaumont's famous Ocean Landmark, a massive, sustainable reef made out of coal fly ash bricks, a manufacturing byproduct off the coast of Fire Island, which Patrick presented in the gallery through video and surrogate installation of 17,000 miniature bricks. The opportunities extend to student gallery workers who learn about and maintain the exhibitions and provide invaluable experience for students and alums intending to continue their work in curatorial studies, museums, and heritage conservation. Art science improves the public presentation of scientific knowledge through its attention to aesthetics and viewer experience, but at the same time, artists working in this paradigm actually advance scientific inquiry by shifting what can be seen, noticed, and asked about. Just more student work. An uncanny component of all life and experience on our planet is that, really, nothing ever truly disappears. It's almost as though energy is never created or destroyed. We may have lost the ability to see some things and not discovered ways to identify others. Many thousands of years after our death, our very bones still record the food we ate, the injuries and illnesses we endured, and the marks left by the violence and the wonder of childbirth on a woman's pelvis. I learned that many years ago when assisting a physical biologist working on her PhD with skeletal material. Life leaves its trace on itself and in the world if you look closely. Sometimes you have to look very, very closely. I'm exploring that now at the Wet Lab, for example, when I sample eDNA, environmental DNA, to detect the fish species who have been in the water at my sampling point within the past 24 hours. My sampling location is, through being on Governor's Island and hence in New York Harbor, closer to the ocean than the other 4 scientific teams' sample sites. Our salinity and our temperature and our species can be markedly different than the sampling locations that are several kilometers or miles away. The Hudson River is no one thing, and yet it is also one entity, which I find fascinating. The eDNA was there before we had the ability to test it, but it was invisible to our eyes. If we put out fish traps or sieves for fish that we do not necessarily catch an example of all of the species that we see from the eDNA. Without the eDNA capability, we would not have a complete image of all the fish making the river its home. I find the ability to see, with quotes, the fish that swim around us from a bottle of water scooped from the river to be magical. What is art? What is science? For me, both are the embrace of close observation. Is close observation an approximation of the sacred, the sublime, or that which we cannot comprehend or see? Or, sorry, I just got a text message. Or is it a desire to exert control, mastery, and administration? It can be either both, or even one, depending on motives or interpretation, would be my personal answer. You may have your own. So we cannot see the future, which is what I always try to keep in mind with the climate emergency. We cannot always see the past either, only fragments of it. Something that I could not know as a child, as no one did until I was already an adult, the salt marsh that I grew up on was inside the largest bolide crater in the United States, seventh largest impact crater in the world. The tidal plane was flat, but it was not boring. It's not a volcano, no, but it's a crater, and it's a planetary transformation that is unexpected and radical. I would like to think that at some level, the child that I was could sense the specialness of that location and its past, even without knowing how to put it into words. It was that disaster, that strike of an asteroid or a meteor that hit 35 million years ago that created the Chesapeake Bay, where the Chesapeake Bay oyster, Crassostrea virginica, thrived and fed the many generations of indigenous occupants who preceded me at that salt marsh. Being on Governor's Island and teaching my students about the coastal environment that was so familiar to me as a child is a very unexpected full circle. It's not what I intended. I thought I was all volcanoes all the time. On Governor's Island, the wet lab shares its house with the Billion Oyster Project, an initiative that seeks to reseed the Hudson River with oysters for their filter feeding ability and to increase the biodiversity. In what feels like a magical link to the girl that I once was on that Chesapeake salt marsh, the oyster larvae that the Billion Oyster Project used to reseed the Hudson River come from my tiny county where I grew up. The oysters thrive in the richness of the Chesapeake Bay. The bay, though, was formed by a bolide collision. It sent a tsunami over the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was, for any creature alive at the time, a disaster. Seen through different eyes, it is not. I've worked at many volcanoes in faraway places, many of them on coastlines that I am only now beginning to realize were just as interesting or transformative as the igneous processes. A coastal megacity like New York, in our era of sea level rise, is its own form of a volcano in a metaphorical sense. Long-term practices with collaboration are our best hope. Art science can reactivate our senses. We need to protect the Earth archive and the strata and storytellers that we have yet to learn how to see, interpret, or understand. Laboratory for Other Worlds represents that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holmberg. Our final panelist for this session is Anesu Nyamupengitsa. She's a Zimbabwean research-based visual artist whose works explore the interconnection between natural environments and oneself. Her research examines connection through a sense of security, focusing on edible botany within a given environment. She explores these connections through active observation, sacred once again, right there, within the space that and contemplates the role one must play to be in relation with the environment. She received a BA in Visual Studies from Temple University's Tyler School of Art and Architecture and is currently a postgraduate associate in exhibitions here at Sacred Music. Welcome, Anesu.
Yeah, let me for you. Okay, another very short text break. Yeah. Okay. And then we share the best. Yeah. And then we can go into presentation.
Okay, all right, perfect. Well, thank you so much to everyone who's here, and thank you, Patty, for including me. And if you guys hear my stomach grumbling, please don't mind it. But I hope your stomach will be grumbling at the end of this talk. So, as Love mentioned, I do my research based off of edible botany. I go into spaces, so when every single time I arrive in a new space, I allow myself to enter these natural environments and try to figure out what plants grow there, and what is edible and what is not. So it was very interesting entering into salt marshes. I've never, I grew up in a landlocked country, so beaches was something that were kind of foreign to me, and going to a salt marsh, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. So, so art has played a crucial role in presenting itself as the visual reference for the scientist, the historian, the traveler, the storyteller, and so forth throughout time. The age of discovery, which was roughly around the 16th and 18th century, gave rise to an art form called botanical illustration that flourished as artists and explorers sought out to document new flora species in new lands. The visual depiction often focused on capturing the meticulous detail of a plant's life cycle, seed, root, flower, fruit, and so forth, paired with written documentation of its environment, location, and habitat. It was a crucial form of identification. It was a record well before the invention of photography, alongside other practiced art forms such as landscape, shown here, which is Martin Key's landscape, was obsessed with salt marshes. So he painted a lot of salt marshes within America, and we have one which is just right here in Connecticut. So it's landscapes and herbaria, which also here I show an herbarium collected around 40 years before this painting was shown, as seen here. And this herbarium features salt marsh hay, and the painting also features a haystack of salt marsh hay, which is, for me, was a record of the plant that grew, but captured in painted form as well as captured in the form of a specimen. For me, however, these forms have been a way of acquainting myself with natural spaces. I enter an act of intentional observation, a record of acquaintanceship with the land, and a bridge for connection. Driven by two quotes, one by Robin Wall Camara in Painting Sweetgrass, Braiding Sweetgrass, apologies. Knowing that you love the earth changes you. It activates you to defend and protect and celebrate it. When you feel that the earth loves you in return, that feeling transforms the relationship from a one-way street into a sacred bond. And the other by a biologist named Dr. Shuela in an article interview with BBC Travel in 2017. And quote, preservation of traditional food enhances the link that people have with their natural environment and the sustainable forest practices. Although my art and research is not particularly in search of traditional foods, nor is it tied to forests, both quotes have raised questions for me. How does one connect with the environment? And how can one be in a mutual relationship with it? Knowing that the earth cares for me, for all of us, by providing plants that nourish us, and that personal musings in nature and cultural activities, often social cultural ones, emotionally connect us to natural environments. It's led me to create botanicals, or I would like to put them as plant portraits of the different edible plants that I see in these different spaces. So this project from the salt marsh from Brackish explores edible plants that grew along the Quinnipiac River at some point in time, both native and ones that were introduced to the continent. It explores two additional salt-loving plants as well as salt-tolerant plants found in these areas. So the first plant that I found is asparagus, common asparagus, which according to a barium record found in the Peabody's database collection, it was collected in 1888 in a salt marsh near Bradford by Alexander Evans. So asparagus which is harvested in spring, is a plant that grew along the shoreside in Asia, North Africa, and Europe, and was introduced to North America between the 16 and 1700s. But it wasn't until the 1860s that it was grown commercially. So before that, it grew wild in these various places when it was introduced. It's believed to have been domesticated by the Romans, Pliny the Elder praised the plant in his note, saying, "Nature has made the asparagus wild, so that anyone may gather as found, singing its praises for its abundance and flavor." Edward Sturtevant, who compiled notes from botany's travel books, cultural histories, and farming records for his book titled Edible Plants of the World, quotes another author penning, "Wild asparagus is more pleasant to eat." So going into these spaces and finding certain plants like asparagus, I never would have guessed that it would salt marshes. So seeing that it is a salt tolerant, I wouldn't necessarily put a salt loving plant, it's a salt tolerant plant. What's interesting, I went back to see if there were other records of asparagus growing in this area. It is considered somewhat of a weed in that it will just grow wherever it wants. It's still the same as the garden asparagus that people eat, which is the asparagus officinalis. So it tastes just about the same. I did put up a recipe of way I would personally make it, but obviously you guys can also try different recipes. So the next plant that I found in the collection, the database on the same river, was the wild rice. So wild rice is a very interesting plant in that it's not actually true rice. So this herbarium that was collected in 1942 by James Neal, the specimen being wild rice, was collected closer to a bridge, so it's kind of a more current specimen. It's a plant that also is not very tolerant of salt, but was found. So, which I would also, I guess, consider an aggressive, somewhat weedy plant, but not necessarily a weed in that it's, we do love it. We do want to eat it. So it is native to North America and East Asia. The wild rice holds significant cultural significance to the indigenous people of the Great Lakes, which is where it grew abundantly, and it is known as manuman. Harvesting wild rice was seen and is still seen in these communities as a communal activity during rituals and ceremonies and reflects a deep connection to the land. Wild rice, which is not true rice, is a seed that has been a great source of nourishment to people and animals. Sturtevant notes in his book as well that a father, Hennepin, in 1680 in his voyage on the upper Mississippi ate the grain and pronounced it better and more wholesome than rice. In 1784, Jonathan Carver speaks of wild rice being the most valuable of all the spontaneous production of Northwest. So another recipe, I actually bumped into someone who was like, Anesu, I made wild rice in honor of you, which was surprising. And he made it just the way I would make it. And this is probably a plant that I would assume was consumed with a lot of seafood, a lot of kind of fish and clams that were found along the water edges just where the plant was grown as well. The next plant that I found was burr marigold, which is also not much of a salt-tolerant plant. I found it very interesting that a lot of these edible plant species that I found in the area, that grew in the area, are all plants that are not necessarily salt-tolerant. This is more of a forest-loving plant. It does grow in watersheds. It does love water, but it loves to grow in places where it's more shady, and obviously a lot of these salt marshes are not as shady. So this herbarium was collected in 1919, and it was collected in brackish water, which brackish water are more of an in-between of both fresh water and salt water. It's not completely salty, but it's not fresh either. And the burr marigold is considered so it is considered a salt-tolerant plant, as it is often found near fresh bodies of water where it grows more readily. The species is native to America and is fairly popular in gardens, so it is a garden plant. But the genus Biden is found all around the world, and the species is found in places where people have used it and consider it to be highly medicinal. So this is a plant that I grew up consuming. So I put in a Zimbabwean recipe, which I hope you can jot down and try it. We put peanut butter in everything, and it's amazing with peanut butter. And it's regardless of what species it is, it's used the same. It's used in teas. You collect the leaves, you collect the flower, you can eat the stems, and you can make it into, you can use it as a vegetable, you can saute it, you can bake it, it can be made in multiple different ways, and it has multiple beneficial supplements to it. So it is believed to be a cure for diabetes. I am not 100% sure if that has been proven, but people still do use it and still believe that it is good for that. And the next plant that I have is glasswort, which I didn't have in my notes. So I'm going to tell you all about it. So glasswort samphire is a very popular plant. It is popular in Turkey, and it is grown commercially in Turkey. This plant was also found growing alongside the quinnipiac. It is a halophyte, which it grows in the low-lying areas of the salt marsh. It is salt-loving. Halophyte is a plant that is salt tolerant, and it's a succulent. And the way in which it grows, it allows itself to grow, is that it absorbs as much salt as it can within it. And that way, the salt levels are always high enough that water is forced to come into it. And it is incredibly salty. So, a lot of people, when they do make it and consume it, they have to blanch it first to get rid of as much salt as they can, and then they pickle it. You can boil it, you can consume it in salads. And I added a recipe, potato recipe. Potatoes are always good when anything that is salty, I believe. So please again, add it to your list if you haven't. Um, the next plant, which is also a halophyte, is sea blight, which is also known as siput. So it is recorded in Salvin's notes to have been first mentioned as a plant found and consumed in India. Sea blight is a bushy coastal weed that is imported from Europe, so it is now grown commercially and consumed, widely. It is a halophyte, a salt-loving succulent that is incredibly salty as well, and is often used as a salt supplement, just due to how salty it is. It is often bitter when cooked. So sometimes blanching it for a little longer than 30 seconds, up to a minute, 2 minutes, will get rid of that saltiness. In my recipe, I used it as part of the salad dressing, which I am a big fan of salads. It's easy to just, add it in. But I do have to mention that a lot of these plants, and although I do go into these spaces and think to myself, what is edible as a way of connecting myself to these spaces and willing me to keep going back to them, I do recognize that they are highly contaminated. And these plants act as, act as filters. So they absorb these contaminants, which are great in that it cleans the waterways as much as they can, but also it means that they're not as edible as, they would be, because they have high levels of either mercury, lead, and other contaminants within the water. The last plant that I did find was Scotch loverage, which is a very popular plant. I think loverage in general is a popular plant. You can consume it anywhere. It's kind of a cross between celery and, I'll say, a carrot in its flavor. It is stronger than celery, and the whole plant is consumed the way it's an herb plant, herbaceous plant. It can be consumed just in the way you would consume celery. The seeds, the flowers, the stems, the leaves are all consumed, and I put it in as a soup because this is actually native. First was known to grow in the UK and in North America, in the most northern parts of the areas, because it is a cold loving plant, and I tend to associate this places as places that love to consume soups. So I put up a soup, which is, squash soup, which is always great. And this is actually the end of all the plants that I was able to manage to find. And I find that when I look at different plants that grow in these areas, I like to take them with me. So I do these drawings so I can take them with me into the spaces and find out whether or not they're still growing in those areas. And I did go to the Quinnipiac River to try to see if any of these plants are still growing. I believe that because it is so cold out, most of them haven't started to bloom, haven't started to green, so it was very hard to identify them. But I find this is a good way of connecting with the land, and as a way of also remembering the people that came before us, how they used the plants, whether or not they encountered the plants, how the plants came to be in those individual places. So some of these plants were introduced at some point in time. They aren't native. How those plants have either taken over or have not taken over, how they are, battling to stay alive within these regions. It's such a great way of connecting and seeing those changes, and it's also just again a record of what was, what is, and what could be. So I think also just knowing what plants grow in there in a couple of years' time, if I go back, I can also take again the same list of plants and see what is growing, what was growing when I went the first time, what is growing there, and also to see how things are changing over time. Thank you.
If you would like to invite all the panelists up front, we have about 10 minutes for inspection or lunch break. So much to talk about. Please. We're looking for the microscopic one for a walk.
Oh, they're right there. Yes, right there.
Thank you. So I see a couple of.
Thank you so much for this fascinating presentation. Several of you asked the question, what if the Salt March was considered sacred? And I'm wondering if you might define sacred.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That is such a great question, and it's interesting because I was just actually reading something that kind of had a negative connotation about the sacred, and I can't remember the source of it, but it was that the sacred was actually sort of the initial impetus for private property. The things that were sacred were being held away, sacred objects were being held away from others. So, but I still would like to give maybe my definition of the sacred, and I see that as something that is life-giving, something that has potent forces that that are unseen but felt. And I think I'll leave it there because I don't think I'll say anything better than that.
I think I would add that this sort of separateness of the sacred, right, as something that is held apart or contained, also speaks to this question that a lot of us have been raising about stewardship of spaces, right? And that I think that sometimes setting something apart as sacred, yes, it can invite a kind of property relation, but I think it also can disrupt this kind of assumption that anyone can go into any place and do anything with it. So for me, the sacred is a kind of space apart that at least sort of invites a pause before that kind of extraction starts to happen. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to
I just want to agree with Eugenia. That was great. But also for me personally, the sacred, I would add, has a sense of incomprehensibility. And science is completely about making everything comprehensible. And there's a source, there's an element of wonder and that which we cannot fully approach to the sacred for me.
I guess in addition to that, I would say that often when we I guess connect with things, things do have personhood, they do have agency, and that relationship between, I guess, what we would see ourselves of obviously being beings, but with inanimate objects that do have personhood, it creates a sacred bond. So that is sacred, and that it's a relationship between one entity to another.
Hi. This isn't fully formulated, so I appreciate your patience. I don't usually have questions. I get really nervous, and I actually have a question for each of you. And then I thought, oh no, I have a question for each of you. And then you came up, and you sort of just, in your personhood, like answered all of those questions, which is related to the sacred question, I think, because there was something missing for me. There was a lot of really nice language, was beautiful imagery, awesome like passion. But it was verbal. And I know that you all have it like pre-verbally. I know that. I am not questioning that, but you brought it and it was there. And I think it was something about your breaking of the sacred where you were like, I'm going to eat it and I'm going to give you a recipe and I'm going to tell you to eat it and we're going to play with it. And in letting it feed us, we will then remember that it's our responsibility to also feed it and that that's a joy. And so thank you for that. So I wanted to say that. And then to sort of tie it all together, I was thinking, like everybody came up and everybody's sort of, I'm going to borrow a word from my bio at Cum Laude, this misbehaving. Everyone's kind of everyone is coming from these different spaces, and I see you all kind of misbehaving in your different spaces. And so my question is, could you please tell us a little bit about, without giving away the secrets here, how do you see yourself as misbehaving and how's that working out for you?
Go this one. Distribute the mic amongst us.
Well, thank you for that question. That is a very good question. I don't know if these guys feel the same way, but I find that every single time I enter into a space, there are these like unwritten laws that one has to follow. And I poke and I prod at things and I want to try them, I want to taste them. And it's like, am I allowed to do that? It feels so illegal going to like a natural space where it's been, gated. Sometimes it's not gated, but you know that, it's preserved. You're not supposed to be taking objects. And I'm like, I'm going to, pick up some stones to make paint from, or I'm going to pick up some plants so I can go try. It just feels so illegal. But I think that it's accepted in a sense because it allows me to be able to connect with the environment. And I do think that I don't know, there's something good about knowing that you're not supposed to do something, but also there's something about it that allows you to connect even more further. It allows you to have an even more intimate relationship. And I find that when I enter into these spaces, I have that because I'm like, well, you are growing here and you're protected, and maybe I can try a leaf and I can come back and make sure that you're still growing, or maybe I can try take some of you back and grow it myself so that I can preserve you. I don't know, there's a sense of wanting to protect that that I find with it.
It seems potentially dangerous as well for you and Asu to be trying these things.
I'm often afraid that I'm going to wind up dead and I won't even know. That's okay. People, they'll like do it, analysis and be like, oh, she ate that. She shouldn't have.
And people know not to do it.
It's funny that you say that. When we used to do field work on the Quinnipiac River when I was here, and there was a graduate student, Troy, who was in the same lab as me, and he was, a poor graduate student, and he would harvest the asparagus at the end of the day on field work and take it home for his dinner, and he would put the salicornia on his sandwiches, that kind of thing. I guess my misbehaving is, I suppose it's leaving the rigid discipline of the sciences and to collaborate with Patte and to think about things other than peer-reviewed scientific papers and to explore ideas that are not data-driven would be my misbehavior in this realm, I suppose. And it's been great to misbehave.
What's pretty funny is those were exactly my two misbehaviors. So now I feel like I'm not a rebel. In that, I'm already misbehaving in refusing to decide to be only an archaeologist or only a volcanologist, but then I'm further misbehaving by leaving the volcano and entering the coastline. So there's that, but further, because academia, particularly the sciences, is so damn hierarchical, there's a misbehavior in collaborative action between fellow academics, because you're supposed to be clawing your way up, and then also with collaborating with other organizations and with the public, as opposed to just purely working on within the sort of the ladders that we're supposed to climb. And that, I think, is the most beautiful part of it, is that it's actually kind of an outward-facing component to what Eugene and I are putting together with the Gallatin Wet Lab. And there's an element of service, I think, to that's not completely to our credit within the academy.
Yeah, I feel that very much too. And I think that for me, one of the ways I'm misbehaving is in having a teaching gallery that shares space with scientific experimentation, right? And so the artworks on display are, by definition, not going to be kept pristine, right? That they are part of this lived space, and also students are going to be expected to think about them over a long time as entities that need to be cared for. But I also want to turn your question around a little bit, because I also feel like as a settler scholar working in Indigenous spaces, I often am trying to reject institutional protocols of the university in favor of Indigenous protocols, which have their own hierarchies and structures and requirements. And so I think for me, it's a sort of, it's deliberately not mischievous in that world and in that capacity.
Yeah, I love this characterization of us as misbehaving, but I actually feel like anything that I'm doing that is transgressing is like a good thing, because so many of the rules and hierarchies that are set up are just so off kilter. I think I realized that one day as part of a project. I was in Central Park and I was planting pollinators or pollinator attractors. And I went there and I laid out a picnic blanket and I had a book. I had this whole front that I was trying to put up so that nobody would know that I was trying to plant something in this dead grass, just monoculture grass. And I was like, this is supposed to be our place. This is supposed to be a public park. Why am I trying to hide what I'm doing? And then it just sort of reconfigured what public space is. And I will say I planted them, and then I came back 2 weeks later and the whole area had just been mowed down. And so after that, I was just I think we need to make our own rules at this point, which maybe is an irresponsible thing to say, but I also maybe just question our rules really carefully and the way we adhere to them. Anyway, that's all I got. But thank you for that question. It's great.
It's more of a comment maybe than a question, but I just really love, Patte, in your work, this sort of fundamental question of sort of how would these creatures see, or what are these microscopic sort of entities, what is their agency And I like the idea of, which I think agency and sacredness seem like very human concepts. And so I find myself, your question, sort of wanting to undo the very logic of those ideas. And I see it's interesting to see everyone's discipline as participatory in that kind of question about these entities, like trying to look at sea level rise or the creatures or the biology of your own body as like, you're processing. It's what we all do in terms of food and things. So anyway, I just, I guess it's kind of making me think of the idea of the commons and in this really sort of interspecies, inter-element kind of way, and just forcing this like idea of like a bigger logic that is really the misbehaving is trying to really get out. And your analogy of the sort of wet, as like wet is the ultimate sort of like, I can't contain it. So anyway, that's sort of my messy, wet comment.
Well, thank you for that. I'm not sure that I have a response except for thank you. That's all really true. And I feel like also sometimes in these like gestures, we're kind of making these gestures almost into the dark or into the unknown. Like, I have no idea what microbes see. How can I know that? But like getting us to think about how they might view us and what we're doing to them and what they're doing for, anyway. So I think part of it feels impossible, but we still have to really do this. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add. Yeah. All right. We'll end there. Let's have lunch. Thank you, everybody.
Congrats, very nice. You kept the music, so you kept the music.
It was just a question, actually. You notice in the afternoon we have like all the people as well? Or yes. Yes. Okay. And I can't just like set up a video just behind, just pushing some cables here. I think so, right? Just to make the transition to the most more smooth.
good. We are just about ready. I'm just kind of like opening up, just making sure that we have all of the presentations. I'm just doing last minute panicky downloading of presentations. Oh yeah, I hope that's not on.
And then hand over the mic.
Perfect. Maybe 2 minutes? Almost ready. Sorry. Okay, yes. 2 more minutes.
Well, welcome back, everybody. My name is Lav Kanoy. I hope you've been able to whet your insides as we were talking just prior to the lunch break. We have 2 more sessions today. We'll be hearing again from a wonderful new set of panelists in this session. And then with a brief coffee break, we'll have a performance by William Teixeira, a lecture demonstration about his music. And Patty has kindly agreed to also serve as a moderator in this session. So I'll hand it over to Patty to do this work. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, love. Thank you so much. So let's see. Erin, I am about to introduce you. So I don't know if you would want to turn on your screen and maybe share your screen. Hi. We'll share your screen whenever you're ready. But it is a great honor to introduce Erin Genia. Erin is an enrolled member of the Sisseton-Wahpeton Oyate, and she is a multidisciplinary artist, educator, and community organizer specializing in Native American and Indigenous arts and culture. Her work in these areas is focused on amplifying the powerful presence of Indigenous peoples in the arts, sciences, and public realm to evoke an evolution of thought and practice that is aligned with the cycles of the natural world and the potential of humanity. Genia's artistic practice merges Dakota cultural imperatives, pure expression, and exploration of materiality with the conceptual. She is fluent in multiple modes of expression: sculpture, fibers, sound, performance, digital media, writing, painting, printmaking, jewelry, and ceramics. And I will add that we were listening to some of her sound work. I'm pointing to the ceramics here at the on the hearth because she does ceramic sound work, which is or sound vessels, which are really amazing, combining the earthy materiality of clay with the ephemerality of sound. Her work has been exhibited nationally and internationally at the Urbano Project in Boston, the Venice Biennale, Ars Electronica, and the International Space Station. Yeah, right. So Erin, I think with that, we will turn the stage over to you.
Pidamaye. Thank you so much, Patty. I'm Patte Loper, Erin Genia Imakiapi. Hello, good day. My name is Erin Genia. I'm really honored to be here with you today and to share about this project that I've held close to me for a very long time. This collaboration has meant a lot to me and to my work. So again, an honor to be here to share this space virtually with you. As Patty mentioned, I'm a member of the Sisseton-Wahpeton Oyate. It's a Dakota tribe, and our traditional homelands are located in Minnesota, but my reservation is located in South Dakota. My pronouns are she, her, and I am currently residing on the traditional homelands of the Wabanaki Confederacy in Maine. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, educator, and cultural worker. I come from a family of artists, so I've been raised with the creative practice and process my whole life. My grandmother was an artist. My uncle is a painter. My aunts and uncles, as well as my children, are all artists. So I feel very privileged in that regard. My work centers Dakota philosophies and amplifies the powerful presence of Indigenous people in the occupied lands of America. To give you a little bit of context on how I approach my work centers Dakota philosophies like Wo Dakota, which is a set of principles that we have that really guides people how to act in the world, how to be civilized, how to act in a reciprocal and respectful way in the world. And in my work as an artist, I feel that I'm constantly testing boundaries about what is the definition of art, what is contemporary art from my perspective as an Indigenous person. Also, it's important for me to say that I am a product of US assimilation policies that were put into place to strip my family members of our culture. We were forced to accept American ways in order to survive. And the American Indian Religious Freedom Act was ratified and passed the year that I was born. So that makes me part of this first generation of Native Americans who are able to freely practice and preserve our living cultural traditions and religion since the founding of the US, United States of America. And so this to me is a sacred responsibility, and in many ways it places me at odds with dominant structures and institutions and attitudes. So I think what I would like to do first is introduce you to my character, my performative character, Earthling. You might say that Earthling could also be an alter ego. Earthling came about through my many years of activism and community organizing. I had just became so frustrated doing this work and really was suffering from a lot of burnout from doing it. And what I was constantly coming up against in this work was sort of this paradigmatic dissonance between an Indigenous or Dakota way and Western way, or kind of like American way. And so I just decided that I was going to make this this performative character to sort of express this reality that human beings are not just of the earth, but we actually are the earth. And so Earthling, this character, turns up in a variety of different places, sometimes at an art opening, sometimes taking a walk down the street, sometimes in the woods, sometimes going for a coffee. And in doing these normal human activities, Earthling makes you look again. What is that? What is this person doing? Who is that? And in that way, provides a space for reflection. Earthling is a reminder that underneath the ideas that we hold so closely, the systems that capitalize upon us and colonize us, that we are earth-based beings. We are part of the earth's body. And in Dakota philosophy, Metakuye Oyasin, we are all related. Our purpose as humans is to care for each other. It's to care for our non-human family, animals, plants, and the earth itself. And these are part of our original instructions. Human beings have veered so far away from these original instructions and instead are doing the opposite, and we're creating terrible imbalances. These imbalances are what Indigenous peoples have been warning us about for hundreds of years since colonialism arrived on these shores. So in many ways, Earthling has been a way for me to sort of express my reality, my experience, and also some frustration. So Earthling, the purpose is to remind us that we're not separate from the earth. So in thinking that, in starting there, then the question becomes, how can we begin to reimagine our responsibilities to ourselves, to others, to this entire world? And what can we do? How can we change if we collectively align to that reality? So I think that these are some powerful questions that we really need to be considering, and especially as we're facing some very serious issues in the world in terms of economy, in terms of environment, our scientific practices, the technology that we use, our social structures, and our culture. So there's a lot of questions to be raised there. But I want to move into talking about swamps, because I'm here today to talk about swamps mostly. The Dakota word for swamp is tera. And the swamp, for me, is both a metaphor and an inspiration for my own creative practice. So wetlands and the interconnected ecosystems that have been stewarded by tribal peoples have really been, I think in new parlance, we've been hearing this terminology of food forests. But what food forests are, and you could really think of swamps as food forests as well, are vast food networks, these swamps and other ecosystems that Indigenous people have actually deliberately stewarded, planted, grown, and continue to care for millennia. So the environments that we look upon and we think, oh, that's just like a forest or that's just a wetland, actually there's a lot more to it than that. And due to this care, today's wetlands are habitat for at least 1/3 of the endangered species on Earth. It's, I don't think, mentioned enough that wetlands are an essential part of the Earth's hydrological system, revitalizing and storing water within a deep sponge. And within this sponge, there's earth and there's peat, organic matter that really slowly begins to seep into aquifers, into rivers, lakes, and into the ocean. And they're an important element for carbon sequestration. So preserving and restoring wetlands is a really important and really kind of overlooked imperative in climate change mitigation efforts. But despite this beauty, mystery, and essential role in providing for the maintenance of life on Earth, wetlands have been looked at by settler colonialists as undesirable, even fearsome places. Many wetlands have been filled, dredged, used as dumping grounds. Settler colonial land management techniques have resulted in the loss of over half of the original 392 million acres of wetlands in the contiguous US alone. This is it's just such a tremendous and almost incalculable loss to biodiversity. If we keep going on this path without additional conservation actions taken to protect these ecosystems, wetland loss will likely continue. It's going to reduce the ecosystem benefits for people, the habitats for fish, wildlife, and plants. And it's important to note that our current economic and political systems directly benefit from the destruction of wetlands and other wild places. This threatened state, from my perspective as a Dakota person, correlates with the arc of settler colonialism in the US. I also think it's really important to talk about wetlands in the context of US settler colonialism and the impact on Indigenous peoples through that process. And that's something that I have written about for the Laboratory for Other Worlds book that will be coming out. And because I feel like this is something that people aren't fully aware of and would benefit from learning about. So I think this discussion around wetlands really is incomplete without acknowledging that these tega across all of New England have also been really important sites of significance during colonial struggles. So because European colonists abhorred and feared the swamps, they really avoided hunting Indigenous peoples within them. And as such, networks of swamplands throughout the region served as places of refuge, where tribal people could continue their lifeways and escape war, enslavement, being killed for scalp bounties, which was very common around the time of colonization. So they became these places where people could continue to thrive and resist the genocide. However, tega have also been sites of some of the worst violence imaginable. And today, because of that, many of them are hallowed grounds. For example, 2 examples, the Battle of Munnacomic Swamp, which took place in the Pequot War in 1637, began with a Mystic Massacre, which was launched by the Puritans as a full-scale war of extermination against the Pequots. Survivors of that battle fled westward to the Munnacomic Swamp in Sasqua Village in what is today known as Fairfield, Connecticut, where the Pequot War came to a devastating end. During the Great Swamp Massacre of the King Philip's War, colonial troops burned and killed hundreds of Narragansetts, women and children, elders, along with Wampanoag refugees. So these historical entanglements with swamplands in the Northeast highlight the brutality of settler colonial imperatives and unequal power dynamics. I also want to mention that examination of the role of swamps in colonial times also reveals a spiritual asymmetry. To Indigenous people, wetlands and swamps were sacred and culturally significant places. And European conquerors used religion and the word of the Bible as a tool of genocide to hunt down and kill Indians who would not succumb to the European belief system. They believed this with such zeal that they were willing to chase them all the way into the swamps that they dreaded. So this is all just sort of a lead up to point about that this slide mentions here about land back. And I really do believe that land back is a solid response to wetland loss and restoration because settlers have misused and exploited the land for so long. And there have been very few gains in restoration in comparison to the level of degradation that's been wrought. Many different aspects of colonial expansion, such as the concepts of private property and settler colonial land management practices, have led to widespread ecological disasters, species extinction, and climate change that threatens the entire web of life. To me, it makes sense to return the lands to their original owners. Indigenous tribes whose long history and sacred connection to the tega can care for these places with future generations in mind. all over the country, this movement is accelerating with tracts of land being returned to their tribal peoples. The land back movement is fighting to reclaim indigenous stewardship of public and private lands and economic practices that empower communities to create sustainable and equitable systems. Its power lies with recognizing the self-determination and jurisdiction of tribal nations over their lands and repatriating or rematriating stolen lands back to their original owners. And then I wanted to share this quote by Tiffany Jones, who is a Salish elder. She takes it further by explaining that one must be strong enough to let the land govern you. And in this sense, land back is not just the acknowledgement of the sovereignty of First Nations, but a reminder that the land is sovereign and that the land is what you should obey. It's a call for us to take responsibility in maintaining a meaningful relationship of reciprocity with the land. So now I would like to share with you a few of my pieces that center swamps. And I want to start off with this piece. It's called Acoustic Teepee. And this piece is it's an instrument. It's an instrument that 4 people can play at once. And here you can see, I'll play this video, which is a short 10-second video. It was created for the Venice Biennale in 2019. And you can see it here, it's at the Lithuania Pavilion. So it was in conversation with an amazing peat bog swamp in Lithuania, as well as the swamplands, the original swamplands of Boston and the Venice Lagoon, which is a really big swamp too. So the piece was really thinking about swamps and wetlands as sort of like ground zero sites for climate change. And the piece, when it's played, is meant to offer a collective prayer down into the ground and up into the earth. I'll play it now. So hopefully you could hear that. But what's important to note about this piece is that on it, it depicts a Ohankankang, which is a Dakota legend of thousands of years old that we imagine. And it's basically ancestral memory that has been carried. And it tells the tale of a time in early human existence of a battle between supernatural entities of the Wakion, the thunderbirds, and the Otehi, the water serpents. And it's a way to describe climate change from an Indigenous perspective using these stories that go back so long. We've been observing our environment for so long and know that that climate change, when this is happening, has actually happened before in the past. And there's much we can learn from that, from Dakota and other Indigenous peoples' perspectives. Let's see here if I can go to the next slide. Okay, this piece is called Wakpa, which is the Dakota word for river. And it's a public art mural. It was a temporary mural that was a wheat pasted design. And on this piece, it is depicting the Mystic River, which is the watershed that Tufts University, which is where Patty and I both work at the School Museum of Fine Arts. And so for this piece, I use the Ampa Oichakpi, which is the Morning Star design, which is an image that shows up a lot in my work as a powerful symbol of Dakota philosophy. And I used it as a window from which to view the river. It's honoring an Indigenous perspective. And because the mural was large, to be able to do this at the scale of the body, or larger, was to awaken respect and reverence in our intrinsic relationship to land and water. This piece also was correlated with a class that I taught, a ceramics class, where we went along the river, the Mystic River, looking for clay beds where the original settlers to the Medford area had collected clay to create bricks, which they used to build the settlements. And so thinking about clay coming from the riverbed, coming from the swamplands, that is then used as material to create buildings and other settler infrastructure. Okay, we're going to move on to this project here. So I've worked extensively with the organization Green Roots in Chelsea, Massachusetts. It's a grassroots environmental group that, along with other organizations and municipalities, has received, well, they did receive federal funding, which has since been put on hold, like many other federal projects of this nature. It's called the Island and River Project. And essentially what it is the Chelsea area is incredibly prone to flooding because of the fact that they took a wetland and paved it over and built a city on top of it. And so now, because of that, it floods terribly. And there's so much infrastructure there. There's all kinds of infrastructure, like the New England, like a significant place in New England where they distribute produce. There's also just all kinds of really important industrial infrastructure there as well that just floods. And so through this project, I've been working within communities to sort of like expand on this idea of daylighting. And so I'm not sure how much people are familiar with the concept of daylighting, but what it is in environmental science is when a river that's been put underground through culverting or just covered over is brought back into the light of day, and it's uncovered and it can flow freely. So here on the right-hand side, we're seeing a portion of the island and river which has been daylighted. The other side is an Amazon warehouse. And my work has included just talking about these issues with community members and making art projects around these things, and really just thinking about the spirit of this river, Winissimit, which would be the original name for the river in Algonquin. And then lastly, I wanted to share this piece, Tuhmaka Tipi, with you. I also work in clay, as you probably have noticed from my primordial pieces in the cases. I wanted to include this piece because I've been thinking so much lately about how art can not only inspire us and get us to be thinking about things in different ways, open our minds, educate, and advocate, but it can also do good in the world in terms of its actual function. And so this is a piece, Tuhmaga Tipi means beehive in Dakota. And this was a public art installation at the Rose Kennedy Greenway in which I created pollinator waterers. And my audience for this piece was literally the pollinators themselves. So I really was thinking a lot about how to attract them. I used the color spectrum that they could see in. I put driftwood from the local area to create more habitat for them. And this area on the Rose Kennedy Greenway, before so much of Boston was covered over, it was a swamp. And so this area would have been in a tidal estuary area. So yeah, that's all I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much for your time. Pidamaye.
Erin, thank you so much. And Juliana, I mismessaged you. You are Tanya Crane is next, and then Juliana Spar. So yes, so our next speaker is Tanya Crane. Tanya Crane is a multidisciplinary artist working mainly within the context of jewelry and sculpture for the body. She is an assistant professor in 3D foundations and jewelry and sculpture at Long Beach City College, and craft has become a bridge between her artistic practice and her dedication to serving communities through education and active involvement. Crane was a 2024 winner of a United States Artist Fellowship and has a solo exhibition on view now at the Racine Art Museum, amazing, focusing on the legacy of African jewelry. She was a 2023 Artist in Residence at Hewn Oaks in Lovell, Maine, and a 2022 Artist in Residence at Indigo Arts Alliance in Portland, Maine. In 2018, Crane exhibited her work in a solo exhibition at the National Ornamental Metal Museum in Memphis, Tennessee, and her work is in many prestigious collections, including the Museum of Fine Arts Boston, the Racine Arts Museum, Stewart Program for Modern Design in Montreal, Canada, Yale University Art Gallery, the Philadelphia Museum of Art, the Arkansas Museum of Fine Arts, the Museum of Fine Arts Houston, so many, Crocker Museum, and the National Ornamental Museum in Memphis, Tennessee. So much great stuff.
And then we'll just do the arrows.
Yes, if the arrows don't work, hit the return bar. Sometimes the arrows stop working for some reason. So delightful.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Continue to share. There it is. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the invitation, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Patty. I'm so excited to be a part of your amazing and beautiful work. I got to see the show in Maine a year or two ago. Was it the Portland Museum of Art? Yeah, it was gorgeous. So I'm really excited to be a part of it, this 3-year ongoing collaboration that will be on view at the Governor's Island soon. So I started this presentation with Sometimes I'm Floating because I recently rewatched 2001: A Space Odyssey, and it felt like a dream, like I was floating. Like the pacing of the film was super slow, super intentional. It demanded that you turn on all of your senses. I imagine most of you have seen that, so some of you or most of you can relate. Having experienced this film at different points in my life, several things stuck out to me, and the feeling of or sense of floating and the guarantee of evolution. This sense of floating or of existing between up and down has surfaced at many points in my life. I think it comes from not quite being a part of two existences. I try to transfer this feeling into my artworks through careful repetition, material exploration, and familiar shapes and colors. Shoaling. This piece was created following my invitation to participate in Laboratory for Other Worlds. I envisioned quahog shells suspended above the surface of an enameled form, hovering, neither fully grounded nor fully adrift. The composition emerged from a desire to visualize the experience of existing between two spaces. The title came as I reflected on the feeling of moving between two worlds, the black world and the white world, and the instability, the tension, and the possibility that exists within the in-between space. The concept of the shoal became central to this work. A shoal is a place where the ocean floor rises toward the surface, a shifting and often precarious zone that is neither land nor sea. It is a site of encounter and negotiation. And drawing from the book that Eugenia introduced me to, The Black Shoals, Offshore Formations of Black and Native Studies, the shoal operates here as a methodology, a way of thinking through relationality that resists fixed boundaries. The author King
describes the shoal as a liminal generative space where Black and indigenous epistemologies meet, not as separate or oppositional, but as entangled and co-constructive. In shoaling, the Quahog Shell's materials, deeply tied to indigenous coastal histories, float above an enameled surface that suggests depth, reflection, and movement. Their suspension creates a tension between weight and buoyancy, grounding and drift. This spatial arrangement resists a stable reading, instead holding the viewer in a state of uncertainty. The work does not seek to resolve these tensions, but to dwell within them. It tasks what it means to exist in a space that is not fully one thing or another, a space shaped by histories of separation, but also by the potential for new, complex forms of relation. A sense of in-between. This piece explores a sense of existing between worlds, between what is natural and what is manufactured, between belonging to the earth and participating in the systems that are actively harming it. The necklace reflects my own position within this tension, a deep connection to the natural world alongside a recognition of my complicity in cycles of consumption and convenience. The form is built through repetition, labor-intensive marks. This process is intentional. Each gesture accumulates, mirroring the small, often unconscious choices that shape larger environmental consequences. The repetition becomes both meditative and confrontational, inviting the viewer to slow down and consider their own habits, their own participation in these systems. At Crystal Cove State Park, signs read, "No collecting, do not take rocks, shells, sea glass, or any marine life." These directives are meant to preserve what is natural and fragile. But this work asks, what happens when what appears natural is not? When the shell is styrofoam, petroleum-based, manufactured, and persistent. The necklace disrupts that boundary. It presents forms that resemble shells but are in fact synthetic. This slippage between the real and the artificial reflects a broader condition in which human-made materials have become inseparable from the environment itself. What we consume, discard, and overlook does not disappear, it accumulates, imitates, and ultimately reshapes the world. This piece does not offer resolution. Instead, it holds space for contradiction, care and harm, awareness and participation, beauty and toxicity. It asks the viewer to sit within that discomfort and to consider what it means to belong to a world we are simultaneously altering. Cardinal points. If the previous piece lingered at the edge of where the natural and the synthetic blur, where imitation unsettles what we think we recognize, Cardinal Points turns toward another kind of threshold, the ways meaning is carried, exchanged, and held in objects across time. Cardinal Points extends an ongoing investigation into connection, storytelling, and the expressive capacity of material. Created in dialogue with historical objects from the Racine Art Museum's collection, the work engages with adornment as a complex site, simultaneously functioning as currency, constraint, and ornament. The necklace is composed of 4 enameled discs, each acting as a point of orientation. Across their surfaces, abstracted forms of communication emerge, squiggles, repetition, marks, and gestures of separation, suggesting fragmented languages, coded systems, and attempts at transmission. These marks reflect both personal and collective histories, acknowledging the ways meaning is carried, obscured, and reinterpreted over time. In conversation with historical objects shaped by cultural exchange and trauma, the work considers how materials like enamel can hold and transform meaning. Cardinal Points does not seek to resolve these histories, but instead create space for reflection, holding past and present in tension, while pointing towards new possibilities for understanding and connection. North 2. If Cardinal Points maps orientation through fragmented systems of communication, North 2 narrows that focus, tracing how meaning is built, obscured, and revealed over time. Part of the Racine Art Museum's exhibition Embodied Histories, Exploring the Legacy of African Jewelry, this work continues my investigation into adornment as a carrier of memory and cultural narrative. The necklace is composed of 3 enameled discs, each bearing layered systems of writing and color. Through processes of application and removal, scratching back, repeating, and reworking subtleties begin to surface. What is revealed is not fixed, but contingent, shaped by accumulation, erosion, and time. In this work, enamel moves beyond surface decoration and becomes a tool for storytelling. That material holds traces of gesture, memory, and revision, allowing the surface to function as a record of both making and unmaking. These marks suggest language, but resist full legibility, pointing instead to histories that are carried, felt, and partially obscured. As with much of my work, the piece considers jewelry as an intimate mobile form, one that is worn, lived with, and embedded into personal experience. Here, the body becomes a site where these layered histories are held, activated, and reinterpreted. North 2 extends my interest in subverting expectations in jewelry, using enamel and mixed materials not as embellishment, but as a means of addressing identity, history, and resilience. And finally, hair and ball. This piece was created over a decade ago, at the beginning of a longer journey, one rooted in discovering myself through the material and process. In hair and ball, I began experimenting with the manipulation of rigid materials like copper and brass, pushing them to behave in unexpected ways. The forms mimic plastic bags, flexible, fluid, and familiar, challenging assumptions about material value and permanence. This tension between hardness and softness, durability and disposability became an early language for thinking through identity. The oversized scale of the necklace introduces a sense of weight, both physical and symbolic. It speaks to the burden I carry, shaped by histories that are both present and obscured. At the time, I was grappling with ideas of disconnection, the loss of language, culture, and specific ancestral lineage that can create a sense of separation from African roots. This denaturing produces both a longing for connection and an awareness of what has been and what has been taken. Alongside this is the inescapable reality of the body itself, the way Blackness is socially constructed, projected onto, and carried as a constant weight. Looking back, this piece marks an early attempt to give form to those tensions. While my materials and methods have evolved, the core questions around identity, history, and the body remain. In many ways, this work sits at the beginning of the same inquiry that opened this presentation. What it means to exist between states held between weight and buoyancy, between grounding and drift within that shifting, unstable space of the shoal. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Juliana. All right, so I'm gonna pin you. There we go. Okay, so Juliana Spar, it is a genuine honor to be able to introduce Juliana today. She is a poet and a scholar. Her scholarly work focuses on 20th century and contemporary American literature and its relation to the state and also to social movements. She uses a range of approaches, including data collection, computational and network analysis, archival research, and close reading. Her most recent scholarly work, Du Bois's Telegram, Literary Resistance and State Containment, published by Harvard University Press in 2019, studies a wide range of institutional forces such as the FBI, the CIA, the State Department, and private philanthropy that shape U.S. literary production. Her most recent poetry book, The Winter the Wolf Came, Commune Editions in 2015, takes its concern the global spread of political struggles located at the intersection of ecological and economic catastrophe. It was listed in The New Yorker as one of the best books in 2015. She has received fellowships from the Stanford Humanities Center and the American Council of Learned Societies. She has been awarded the O.B. Hardison Prize from the Folger Shakespeare Library, and previous to these works, she published 4 full-length collections of poems, 2 books of prose that might be memoirs, and a book of literary scholarship on U.S. experimentalism. I will also add that Juliana is a contributor to the Laboratory for Other Worlds publication, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Is audio sound okay?
It is. Yeah, you sound great. For some reason, we're sharing the screen with the group, but is that okay? Can everybody see Juliana all right? Unless Lav knows how to fix this.
Juliana, front and center. Oh no, I keep thinking.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I really wish I was with you guys. It's very rainy and cold here. And I really love those last 2 presentations. And I'm just going to read the piece that I wrote for this book project in some way, which was I really the project's been great, and I've really loved thinking about it, and which is kind of, I think, another reason why I wish I was kind of there, because it's actually been super helpful. So I ended up writing a piece about plankton a plankton that exists in that warm part of the ocean between Papua New Guinea and Australia that they had thought had long disappeared. And then recently, scientists had found it again. And it was kind of an article that was talking about how through these small variations in the plankton, like you could see this kind of like this very long-term historical record on how it developed. And I was kind of interested in like what that record would do or something or like that. So I'll just read it. All around a warming ocean, a reservoir of heat that spanned from the east coast of Africa to the Western Pacific. Like languages, economies, various ornate belief systems, the warmth developed in one area, spread outward, crossed borders, reshaped things far from the original source. It accumulated energy and drove atmospheric circulation. It dictated weather across continents, unleashing storms and shifting currents. It was a form of power that, while invisible, defined daily life, driving monsoon rains in one direction, typhoons in another, unleashing floods in one moment and droughts in the next, a thermal engine that ran without stopping. Then beneath the surface, within the warmth, the calm, all the things. Translucent jellyfish, tentacles trailing like gossamer threads, bells pulsing. Coral structures, some branching like skeletal trees, others massed in brain-like convolutions. Thousands of fish, some brightly colored, some more modest in their attention to camouflage. There was a concentration of life, an underwater metropolis that represented not merely an endless number of biological phenomena, but also over and over again pursued complicated forms of collective labor. Rivers transformed calcium from rocks on land into the sea. Tiny coral polyps extracted this calcium using specialized cells that pumped hydrogen ions away from the site where they built their calcium carbonate dwellings. Once dead, their skeletal remains became the foundation for subsequent generations, the dead, an encyclopedia that sustained the living. Mnemosyne twisted and turned through the dark water of this refugium, laboring invisibly to produce the energy that sustained all other forms of life. She transformed sun into sugar. She had two slender thread-like hairs that she used as an appendage so as to swim through the warm waters. One wrapped ribbon-like around a groove that spanned the equator of her spindle-like shape, wide in the middle, tapered at both ends. Another trailed behind the spindle with a slow wave-like motion. Her hard, armored shell crusted in an apex. The edges of her doorway between mobility and dormancy, between present and future, were defined with a geometric precision. Her outer wall was smooth and translucent. She had a dextral torsion, a ventral organization, and then there were a series of spine-like projections that radiated out from her spindle, as if she was a queen with a crown of branches. Each branch emerged from a circular base and terminated in a distinctive forked tip. She wore a crown, but she was not a queen. She was the last survivor of a Cenozoic lineage. She was a halfway creature, both plant and animal. Only she, among the various gods, can interpret the language of pressure and darkness for those who lived in the light. Where once grand figures like Zeus might have dominated narratives with their fury and power, it was Mnemosyne with her silence who now took on that role. She silently documented a single continuous story that she had written over many years. In this story, she refused to name protagonist and antagonist. She herself was neither also. She embodied a different form of resistance, not heroic opposition, but persistent endurance, pursuing smallness to the point of near invisibility while maintaining an insistent presence. Her example was an ethics of attention that refused human exceptionalism. She traced the delicate, almost imperceptible movements through which life persisted. She traveled through water, or she carried a scroll and a stack of books, or a stylus and a tablet, or a globe and a compass, or each chamber was a library of stories about the warming ocean. Or she was chiseled out of calcium, or she was sediment, or she had once bedded down with a shepherd who turned out to be Zeus. Ocean chemistry stories, carbon cycle stories, acidification stories. The breathing of the planet stories, stories of Earth, heroic, consequential, resonant, stretching back to the planet's fiery birth. Stories of the molecular romance between ocean and atmosphere, the tender transfer of gases across the water's skin. Stories of photosynthesis transforming dissolved gas into organic matter. Stories of the ocean's centuries-long respiration as deep currents completed their circuit of the globe. Stories of desire and consequence, of attraction leading to transformation. Stories of carbon sinking into sediment removed from circulation for centuries or millennia. Stories of the changing ratio between strontium and calcium that mark each passing millennium. Stories of the flux between reservoirs, atmosphere, surface ocean, deep ocean, sediment, biosphere, each transferred, recorded in isotropic signatures. Stories of not through dominance, but through adaptation. Stories at the edge where land meets rising water. Stories of the first coal mine, the first oil well. Stories of carbon concentrations accelerating as cities sprawl across continents as oil fields pulse black liquid into tankers. Stories of carbon atoms traveling from tailpipe to atmosphere to ocean to sediment. Stories of the carbon signatures of wars and revolutions, depressions and booms, the breadth of industry. Stories of agricultural pattern disruption, changing riverine inputs to coastal zones. Stories of the radioactive traces of nuclear tests. Stories of dissolving shells. Stories of oxygen depleting in deeper waters as stratification intensifies. Stories of microbial communities shifting in response to respiratory conditions. Stories of thresholds crossed, of ecological cascades initiating. Stories of shipping routes carving through melting Arctic ice. Stories of fish populations migrating poleward away from traditional fishing grounds. Stories of humans mistaking the pace of their lives for the pace of planetary change. Stories of no longer waiting for the mythical intermediary, the technological solution, the political will. Stories of how, in the cone of light beneath the objective lens, there was simultaneously an emissary from the past and a message to the future. Mnemosyne neither encourages nor requires us to take up arms. Her stories are an inheritance, a chemical archive that does not prescribe action, that just preserves memory. She wrote it without judgment, without presumed interruption, without the need for readership. And she will go on writing it as coastal cities continue their rhythms, oblivious to rising waters that carry her and their currents. And yet, from her stories, an art yet to be made, one full of heroic metaphors of sabotage and of ceremony, of blockades and of prayer. An art that is pressure on the wound, an art that provides much needed solidarity with those bleeding. An art that is small boats that leave at dawn, their hulls barely marking the surfaces of these waters thick with memory, crossing the invisible boundaries of corporate concessions. An art of fires on the water, an art of infrastructures blooming into sudden dawn, an art that will move through mangrove forests carrying tools designed to destroy. It is not that she provides permission for violence with her stories. She is not someone who grants permission. She's not a mortal, not a human. But through her, the scale of violation, how all waters connect, all struggles flow together, this world that is our piece of art, yet we are to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. That was amazing. And I hope you will be able to stick around for the Q&A. Excellent. Okay, our next speaker is Cassie Imeti. And Cassie, am I pronouncing, oh, there you are. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Imeti. Okay, I was off but close. So it is a delight to introduce Cassie. Cassie is a graduate student in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Connecticut, where she earned her BA in Earth Science and Anthropology with a minor in Studio Art in 2025. Her geoarchaeological research focuses on Holocene landscape transformation, relative sea level rise, and human-environment interaction in the Northeastern United States. Her ongoing project reevaluates the timing of early indigenous maize horticulture in New England through microbotanical phytolith research. Additionally, she is investigating the application of stable isotope methods to archaeological shell middens as a proxy of paleo-environmental reconstruction over the last several millennia. As both an artist and archaeologist, she is committed to the translation of scientific research into advocational outreach through creative media, such as museum work and exhibitions in the future. And I should also say that Cassie collected the core samples of the shell middens that we see back on the study center. So if you haven't seen those yet. So welcome, Cassie. Thank you for being here.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Cassie. As it was already said, I'm an anthropology graduate student at the University of Connecticut. Today, I'll be overviewing my recent geoarchaeological project that interprets the living landscape at the Granite Island Archaeological Site in New Haven, Connecticut. I consider myself both a geologist and archaeologist, but even though most of my work is quantitative, opportunities like this are a reminder to think big picture and place science alongside the arts and humanities. And I'd also like to acknowledge before I start that a lot of the work I'll be talking about was funded from UConn's Summer Undergraduate Research Fund, the Geological Society of America, and also the Friends of the Office of State Archaeology in Connecticut. So I'd like to first set the scene by reminding you that our natural world is not static. Earth's surface processes are constant cyclical systems. You've likely learned about some of these components at some point, such as the rock cycle, water cycle, or biological cycles in grade school. But how can we document these processes through time, and how have local indigenous communities grappled with a changing environment for thousands of years? So the site I'll be talking about today is Grannis Island, a small elevated landform that sits alongside the eastern bank of the Quinnipiac River just 2 miles from here. The surrounding property is currently owned by Gather New Haven, a nonprofit land trust that utilizes the area as a nature preserve and encourages public engagement with the salt marsh through trails and lookouts. And then here is just the site map in New Haven Harbor. So zoomed out here on the left-hand side, you can see just an aerial view map, which mostly just shows how heavily the surrounded landscape has been modified and developed. So you can see in the black box there, that's just kind of the site area where Grannis Island is. And we do have some preserved salt marsh right around it, as you can see, but largely most of New Haven has been heavily developed, and the shorelines of the Quinnipiac River are pretty hardened to prevent erosion and that sort of thing. So it's kind of this small protected place surrounded by heavy modification. And then on the right-hand side is just the same perspective from a LiDAR map, which shows elevation. So you can just see the darker spot of Grannis Island, which is surrounded by salt marsh, and sits only around 2 or so meters above sea level. So I'll first just sort of set the scene of the archaeological significance of the island. So the island was first studied by Lyant Russell and Thomas Hall of the New Haven chapter of the Archaeological Society of Connecticut. By 1950, the first set of excavations were done, and a report was published by Howard Sargent, a Yale undergraduate at the time. So they documented a variety of hearths, post molds, lithic artifacts, ceramics, and an extensive shell midden. Through 1974, the excavations continued and accumulated to 518 6-by-6-foot units. Currently, the collections are held at the Office of State Archaeology at the University of Connecticut. So the left image, you can see sort of a zoomed out aerial view. So you can see the perimeter of Grannis Island and then the portion of excavated units on the south side of the island. Through the 70s, these excavation units expanded past that and went towards the beach along the left and northwards as well. And then a zoomed in depiction of sort of what they mapped through the excavations are on the right-hand side, so you can just get a sense of some of those dark clusters are hearths, where food processing and cooking would have occurred, many other features dotted around, and then largely those kind of squiggle lines are the large shell midden that lobes most of the island, that I'll talk more about. So a little bit just about the collections. The documented features on the island, which I just sort of mentioned, consist of hearths, roasting platforms, pits, a blade cache, as well as human and dog burials that have since been repatriated in 1992. Found artifacts consist of over 400 projectile points, thousands of lithic flakes that occur from tool napping, bone and antler tools, ceramic shards, and a large shell midden. And then I'd uniquely like to point out here on the right-hand side, you can get a sense of the variety of the discarded animal bones present, which models the diverse diet of the indigenous communities that inhabited the island through time. With over 20 species present, they were consuming a variety of marine and terrestrial natural resources, including animals we would consider scarce in the modern day, like a moose, black bear, seals, and beavers. However, by far the most common species present was the white-tailed deer. So it might be sort of hard to see all the different species from back there, but that's super, basically on the y-axis we have the minimum number of individuals found, so we have a lot of white-tailed deer, and then a huge variety of other things, like I said, moose. The other most common ones were raccoon, seal, beaver, mallard duck, turkey, and a whole other variety of small and large game. So I've mentioned the shell midden, but what does this actually mean? So a shell midden are essentially deposits created over time through the human discard of food remains. They're typically comprised of marine mollusks and faunal remains. So here on the right-hand side, there's 2 examples from Maine and California, just to get a sense of what these look like in kind of idealized preserved areas. So these are not just a garbage pile, though, but part of a cultural landscape that's created through people over time, or a stratified record of human-environment interaction. Each one at each site has a unique species composition and size, and are often extremely abundant, particularly in near coastal settings. So on the top, you can see an example of sort of a just shallow one lobed across a near beach area, but there are other examples of huge ones that amount to feet and feet of accumulation through time that are huge, especially there are some really large ones in Maine as well. And in fact, these were at one point so abundant that colonial farmers used them a lot for fertilizer in gardening in colonial times. So a lot of these have been kind of ruined and used as a resource, but at one point they were so abundant along the shoreline that they were pretty much picked through as a resource. Interpretationally, Grannis Island is a multi-component indigenous site which spans the Archaic through the late woodland period. Multi-component mostly just means that it's different communities of people who are consistently coming back to this island over time. So it wasn't just one short period where it was used. People are returning to this landscape for thousands of years. So on the bottom left-hand side, you can just get a sense of the archaeological timeline for indigenous history in New England. So at this site, there's around 8,000 years or so of occupation documented. So I have the Middle Archaic circled there, which starts around 8,000 or so years before present, and we have diagnostic evidence that goes all the way through the late woodland period up until around 500 or so years ago. Through time, humans were always battling sea level rise, with older features uniquely appearing at a lower elevation, while the youngest features on the island seem to be on the upper island at a higher elevation. The site was likely a seasonal camp during warm months that was easily accessible between Long Island Sound and the inland waterways. And then I've also just added a few of the really fun historical photos of the earliest excavations. So you can see sort of some of the shell midden that's exposed as they're excavating down, a depiction of the salt marsh there in the 1940s, and then just a fun picture of some of the guys excavating in button-down shirts and suits, despite it being summertime and excavating, but that was just sort of how things were. So where my project comes in is that on the first report of Grannis Island, it states that it is difficult to state the conditions which surrounded the island in Aboriginal times, but it seems reasonable to assume that they were essentially the same as the present. Can this actually be assumed, and how can we find out? So for my research goals, the objectives were to, 1, better understand the early Holocene development of Grannis Island itself as a natural feature, to contextualize previous archaeological evidence with improved site stratigraphy models, and lastly, to reconstruct the timing of the estuary formation. And then this is just an image from some of our field work where we brought in field students from a local archaeology school, and they were able to watch us open some of these cores, and we did some fun stuff in the field that day. So I'll first start with just sort of a super idealized glaze of early post-glacial history. So wrapping back around to this idea of the evolving landscape, New England itself has experienced drastic changes over the last 20,000 years or so. During this time, all of Connecticut was covered in glacial ice, which began to melt and recede over time. As Connecticut was newly deglaciated, meltwater contained large volumes of sediment that plugged valleys into glacial lakes for several thousand years. Here you can see the location of many of these, which notably include large glacial Lake Hitchcock in Connecticut's Central Valley, as well as one near Grannis Island, which I've enlarged on the left. So this is sort of a map through time that shows in these early periods, just after maybe the 20,000 to 15,000 years ago range, where a lot of the valleys in Connecticut were once plugged with lakes. We had a huge one in central Connecticut, and also one sort of where we are now, where Grannis Island was sort of at the mouth of there. So you can see modern day New Haven, and then that sort of green area is the approximate location of where the lake would have been. So Grannis Island once sat at the sort of bottommost extent of this lake. However, eventually, these sediment dams broke over time and eroded away as the lakes drained into the meandering rivers that we still have through all of Connecticut's valleys today. Grannis Island, in its original formation, is a relic of these early Holocene sediment dams. And then here's just a sort of analogy of some other outcrops. So this is an example of what these sediment dams can look like. There are these huge deposits of sediment that range from fine silts to large cobbles that are carried by glacial meltwaters. And so underneath Granite Island, this is sort of what the stratified sediment looks like that has created this little high point landform that the Meandering River still flows around. So again, how can we document these processes that I'm talking about? At Granite Island, we took 9 sediment fiber cores across the western bank, the island's surface, and the eastern estuary. Fiber coring is a non-invasive technique to view sediments below the surface. It's comprised of a 3-inch aluminum core barrel driven into the ground by vibrational energy that I'll show you in the next slide. So here on the right, you can just see the GPS locations of each core that we took on each side of the island and the estuary. So on the leftmost picture, you can see how these cores are extracted, how they're opened back at the lab at the University of Connecticut. And I won't be overviewing them here, but the sediments do then go through a variety of quantitative analyses to better understand their characteristics and build this picture of the past. So on the left-hand side, you can see this sort of core barrel, and we're hydraulic jacking it back out of the ground. We bring it back to the lab in the middle. We open it with metal shears, sort of like a book in half, and then you're able to view these sediments through time. And then here's just a better picture of what these look like when they're open. So these are essentially visual records of change through time in one location. We use them in the variety of clues to rebuild our understanding of the past. So we have, these are all on the table. On the right-hand side would be basically the surface, and then they go deeper, moving towards the left. So the leftmost one is from sort of towards the beach side of the island, and it has these red sediments that I showed you in the past slides. And then on the right-hand side, we have our deepest salt marsh core. So this shows the sort of more modern salt marsh vegetation at the top, going down through accumulation, estuarine mud, and there's sand there at the bottom. So when we put all of these sediment core results together, you can see a cross-section interpretation of what underlies Granite Island in the adjacent estuary. At its deepest, we captured around 18 feet of estuarine accumulation. You can see that today, Granite Island only sits about 2 to 2.5 meters above sea level. But an important note is that during occupation, sea level would have been much lower, and Granite Island would have been a much more prominent part of the landscape. And I've also marked here the mean high tide and low tide, just to get a sense of the water level change that the island experiences. So from each sediment core, we describe the sediments by units that represent periods of time, different characteristics, and different environmental settings. Examples on the right-hand side include the salt marsh vegetation, estuarine mud, and quartz sands at the bottom. On the left, all the way there at the left, you can see a short core, which is here today, and it's taken from the surface of Granite Island and captures remnants of the indigenous shell midden. So throughout the cores, we're able to radiocarbon date organic matter to date these layers and quantify accumulation. Our goal is to understand when these different transitions occurred and what the environment might have looked like up to 8,000 years ago. So here you can see an age depth model of our deepest estuary core. The y-axis shows depth with the surface at the top and the deepest point at the bottom. On the x-axis on the bottom, you can see a sense of time with approximately modern time on the left and getting older towards 4,000 years ago on the right. The takeaway here is that this graph tells a story. It appears that between roughly 500 to 1,000 years ago, several meters of estuarine mud accumulated at the site very rapidly. Then the site stabilized with rising sea level and slowly developed a vegetated salt marsh over the last 500 years. So what does this quantitative information actually matter in the context of indigenous people? During occupation over the last 8,000 years, the point is that the site looked very different than it does today. The deep estuary likely accumulated only in the last 1,000 years, so for most of the time it was used before that, sea level was much lower than today, making Granite Island a much more prominent feature in the landscape. Additionally, the estuary surrounding the island wasn't there on the right-hand side. So again, this is an idealized cross-section where we have the Quinnipiac River on the left, the landform of Granite Island, and then a sense of this like steep, deep estuary that's filled in really quickly on the right-hand side. It was likely an abandoned river channel or other backwater feature, and once the site was subject to erosion, storm flooding, and filled in with salt marsh, it probably wasn't an ideal location to return to anymore. And we do see radiocarbon dating of human charcoal remains and other things. These dates end around 500 BP. So there is a correlation between humans likely abandoning the area and this filling up of estuarine mud there. So at one point, there was likely water flowing on both sides of the island. So the marsh has a living landscape. Through the sediments we collect, we're able to see the marsh as a living landscape that evolves and transforms through time. Unlike Howard Sargent suggested, we cannot assume that the modern landscape looked like it always did. Natural forces constantly shift the landscape through time. Even in colonial times, inhabitants could see these changes. An 1836 documentation of New Haven mentions that ships were built and launched where now there are meadows, gardens, and shops. Sloops loaded and unloaded where the market now stands. The substance which accumulates so rapidly is what in this country is called marsh mud. Estuaries are highly dynamic environments that do not accumulate consistently everywhere. Granite Island was likely very different during occupation than today. The marsh is a living system subject to constant damage, rebuilding, and accumulation through time. Even in the last 100 years, the landscape surrounding Granite Island has experienced severe salt marsh loss, mainly due to anthropogenic modification. So here on the left image, you can see a 1934 aerial imagery with salt marshes depicted in green. Then in comparison on the right from 2016, you can see the local loss of marsh from human artificial fill. Now, there's literally a landfill along the Quinnipiac River just north of it, as well as more extensive highways and industrial lots that have filled over the marsh. Currently, Granite Island sits in a threatened environment, subject to fluvial erosion on both sides, and has experienced increasing inundation even since its original excavation around 100 years ago. Working forward, we're in the process of nominating the island to be added to the State Register of Historic Places, and ideally the archaeological preserve status. So I'd like to close on a note with what we can learn from those that honored the living landscape. I'd like to preface that I am by no means claiming to fully understand or speak on behalf of the spiritual beliefs of the local indigenous traditions, but rather that I've studied the topic and found a personal resonation with their life philosophy. The word Manitou is derived from the Algonquin language core and has a complex definition beyond just a one-word meaning. In sum, it represents the existence of an omnipresent and omniscient force or presence. It's all-encompassing and universal in scale. Through the eyes of the woodland indigenous people of North America, the physical landscape was an inseparable part of a spirit-filled landscape. For example, the sun, moon, sky, wind, rain, rocks, river, plants, trees, animals, and even human breath all possessed or were identified as living Manitou. I feel a sad empathy towards this mindset, since the modern Western world has strayed so far from this. Everything is artificial, digital, and disconnective. We talk less to each other, interact less with each other, and interact even less with our natural world. There's no respect for the environment, no respect for each other, and humans are consumed with money, power, and politics. For me, archaeology is a way to bring light to these better life ways that past humans once believed in. My goal as an archaeologist is that building and remembering these histories functions as inspiration for our future and hopes to bring humanity back to this mental place of symbiosis with the natural world. Archaeologists produce media like museum exhibits, documentaries, books to try to advocate for these histories. I fear that with knowledge of the past lost, we will lose all sense of humanity and humility. In many ways, archaeology writes history, and there is a responsibility that needs to be approached with care. Despite a legacy of early 20th century archaeology perpetuating colonialism and white perspectives, I'm committed in my career and future work to rewrite this regional history with Indigenous collaboration and reflection of my own intrinsic bias. I urge you to strive to be a well-informed individual in your own life and to question your intrinsic bias in a world where ignorance is bliss. Thank you very much for listening.
Right, thank
Thank you so much, Cassie. It is an absolute delight to introduce Eru Apaza, who works across sound and sculptural painting, rooted in an Aymara worldview that embraces cyclical compulsion and rejects notions of purity. Collaborating with materials found in both city and rural environments, they explore mutation, multitemporality, and radical kinship. Grounded in the material and sensory conditions of public transitory landscapes, such as marketplaces and protests, they seek to unsettle recognition and insist on the radical potential of misalignment. Rather than presenting a romanticized pastoral indigeneity, Aru engages one that complicates and manifests in unpredictable ways, navigating the tensions between refuge and refusal. Their work is for their lineage, past and future. Aru has exhibited across Abya Yala, the Americas, prioritizing community spaces alongside commercial galleries. Spaces such as the Luminary, Abron's Art Center, the Gotchman Family Collection, Heron Nails Gallery, Yale Center for British Art, the American Indian Community House, and along the local river. Recently, Aru was named a CCAM Fellow at Yale University and selected for the FIRE Forum for Indigenous Research and Exchange cohort of 2026. They are currently in Quinnipiac Territory, so-called New Haven, pursuing an MFA in painting and printmaking at the Yale School of Art, class of 2026. Me neither, apparently. Okay, I think we're good.
Askiru Kipana Nayaha Aruapasa. My name is Aruapasa. I am daughter of Maria Susana Sarate Lisi and Jorge Apasa, Jorge Juan Apasa Poma. And I want to start off by just saying I am Aymara on my dad's side of the family, my lineage. I was not raised in ceremonial ways. It wasn't until later in life, late teenagehood, early 20s, that I started actually reconnecting and finding community. Even though my family does still speak Aymara, there's because of colonization, you know, there's a large disconnect. And I was socialized here and on these lands in the so-called United States. I'm a second-year MFA candidate in the painting and printmaking program at the Yale School of Art. And, you know, I learned how to paint through making banners for protests. And my late teens were spent in New York City, like playing in punk bands and going to protests and doing all that stuff. And so while my presence at an institution older than the United States might complicate this outsider status, my foundation is rooted in questioning, resistance, and a DIY ethic. So I'm gonna just briefly give a little overview about my practice and then spend a majority of the time talking about one specific project that I think is really in relation, in dialogue with a lot of the work that people have been talking about. Thank you for all the presenters as well. There's a lot of through lines. This sentence comes from Dylan Robinson's book on indigenous sound study. It's called Hungry Listening. I mean, he says trying to hear. It's from a line in a score that he wrote, and he says, I'm trying to hear the walls are still the land, and I kind of adapted it, and it's been kind of my mantra since being in grad school. I'm like, I'm trying to hear the walls are still the land. So I wanted to start with that. I view my practice as a kind of disordering sign, one that confuses, unsituates, and disobeys in the face of a colonial desire to fix, categorize, and regulate. I often bring materials that don't belong into the gallery spaces, creating moments of confusion alongside a sense of material familiarity. I work with earth or clay from mountains I know, agricultural bags, market bags, egg cartons, and images from landscapes I call home. These materials are not passive. They maintain their own agency, and I understand them as collaborators. So this approach comes from an Aymara cosmology where everything is understood to have life, or at least the capacity to care. This interdependence historically extended to rivers and mountains and other beings and other communities and other families has been sort of stretched lately within my own community of Aymara artists in my homelands, where we talk about extending the care or like the interdependence between our paintbrushes or like our JBL speakers or like our, these things that take care of us as well. Our everyday objects, if these things care for us, we must also care for them. And so very quickly after arriving at Yale, it's a 2-year program, so you hit the ground running. I visited both the Yale University Art Gallery and the Peabody Museum and immediately encountered what I understood as object relatives held within these collections. In particular, I noticed objects from Tiwanaku, one of our sacred sites. That's another painting. I'll rest here for a little. So Tiwanaku is a protected UNESCO site that sits on the southern shores of Lake Titicaca on the Altiplano in what is now called Bolivia. So here, there's some of the object relatives held in collections that I just put there. It reached its peak as a civilization between 500 and 900 AD, and it functioned as a spiritual and political center, as well as like a gathering and pilgrimage site for neighboring indigenous communities or neighboring communities. This is evident in its architectural orientation towards cardinal directions, its stone constructions, carved monoliths, and complex underground drainage systems. The pyramid of Acapana and the semi-subterranean temple lined with carved stone heads representing diverse peoples further suggests a site of gathering and exchange. Evidence from agricultural systems and offerings found in Lake Titicaca, including materials from as far as coastal Ecuador, further support this. And so sites like Tiwanaku are charged. They're sacred gathering spaces and have been for a very, very long time. Here's a map of some of the drainage systems. And today now, in a more contemporary way, Aymara communities go there to celebrate Marcamara, or like Aymara New Year, with ceremony and community and laughter and joy. And, when I visit these places, I see offerings of coca leaves, which is the primary medicine of the region, placed at the feet of stones, monoliths, statues, or just in really intentionally charged places, these coca leaves. And this gesture reflects an ongoing relationship with care. And there is a museum in Tiwanaku. It is poorly funded. It is, dimly lit and barely any museum tags or information on the materials, and there are no photos allowed. But there is an abundance of coca leaves at the feet of the object relatives, and you can hear songs that are sung as offerings. And so these relatives are fed, even though they might be removed from the actual site, and now placed in a museum very closely to where they were originally excavated. They're still fed in a way. In contrast, object relatives held in Yale Museum collections are not met with the same reciprocity or hospitality. So during my second semester of graduate school, I began developing what I call earth records, disco tierra. The name, it's still early on, you know, I'm in grad school, so I've been busy. So the name is to be solidified, but disco tierra, I'll call it now, earth records, as a way to listen and collaborate more directly with the land I'm currently connected to, wherever I be situated. And so I spend most of my time here at the School of Art, and because of the construction expansion that's happening, the earth has been exposed. And so I collected some of the earth there and started and made the first disco tierra with an assortment of adhesive, I did a bunch of tests, which adhesive would work the best and allow for the material to still be present and visible. And so for a critique, I showed this work along with a painting that I was earlier in the slideshow to kind of have this orchestra of sounds that were from this land specifically. And yeah, and I've performed with this now. Here's another picture of it. At the Shipibo Kanibo Center in Harlem in New York City, and at the Yale Center for British Art. It's more of like a direct, you know, I play the earth record and then I also play my other noise and sound instruments, and it's a way to kind of like weave together different sounds to create a sonic landscape. And so this work, the sonifying of the earth, explores how earth can speak and how we might learn to listen. It is grounded in the understanding that earth holds memory and life. Within Aymara cosmology, interdependence is central. So if the earth cares for me, I must care for it, right? So these records generate fragile, grainy tones, sonic textures of the earth itself. We're literally listening to the needle being pulled across the earth. You know, you can see some of the lines from where the needle was before. And I layer it with field recordings and perform live with instrumental other instruments. Soil becomes both medium and instrument. Rather than encouraging extractive listening, this project calls for deep listening, listening that does not seek to capture or fully understand, but to be in relation. Through the earth record, earth is not encountered as a metaphor or resource, but as a living relative that hums, speaks, and remembers. And I'm really interested in asking, you know, how we can listen to the earth as a presence rather than a metaphor, and how sound can function as a decolonial critique, unsettling museum logics of preservation, legibility, and reconciliation. So it led me to think about how these earth records might speak to other materials connected to sites of their origin. And so through the Center for Collaborative Arts and Media and the university, the Yale University Art Gallery, I began having conversations around what it would look like to facilitate a gathering of the earth sounds and the earth and the object relatives that they have in their collections. So I traveled back to Tiwanaku and gathered earth with intention of bringing it back to be in conversation with object relatives held at Yale. And as many of you probably know, working with institutions and especially with museum collections, it's a long process, and there's many walls that you come across and you get met with. And so the first feeding that we'll be able to do is coming up April 28th. And yeah, so we'll be, a number of us will be gathering together to make offerings, both sonic and physical, to these object relatives, creating a sonic and ceremonial act, a reconnection between earth and object, land and relative, spirit and matter. And I view this as unsettling museum practices of holding and preserving by affirming that these collections are alive and listening and in relation. And you know, I'm just coming from the symposium, the other symposium that's happening right now, and we were talking about, a number of things, but it had me thinking about how this institution is so charged with so much energy and how many different people are called to it and how many different people gather and share their ideas around what's happening here, or things that even have a further reach. And I think it's one of the reasons why is because of the objects that they have in their collections, because this institution has stolen so much for so many years, older than the United States, that the institution is charged itself. It's become a gathering place where people from all over come together and have conversations like this, you know? And so I like to think that it's important to feed these object relatives that call our spirits back here to have these conversations. And yeah, this work exists within a lineage of indigenous artists, including, there's another photo of it, including Peter Morin, Miguel Luciano, Dylan Robinson, Robbie Wing, Warren Real Writer, Nathan Young, and Galapor's Kim, whose practices engage and challenge museum collections. And I view this project, the Disco Tierra, the Earth Records, as not a fixed form, but an evolving practice. It may shift in material, scale, and method depending on context, collaboration, and the sacred sites engaged. All sites are sacred, all land is sacred. But what remains constant is a commitment to listening to the earth as a living relative and to fostering relations across distance and displacement. The earth record becomes a practice of listening differently, an offering that asks us to encounter earth, memory, and relation, not as metaphor, but as living presence. By engaging institutions like the Yale University Art Gallery, the project opens space for interdisciplinary collaboration and decolonial approaches to sound making, honoring indigenous knowledge while imagining experimental futures. So as I said, the first feeding will happen April 28th, and the audio will be released with an indigenous label, sound label, music label called Panther Mountain in the fall. So I'm down to talk more about it, always. Here's some images from Tiwanaku. Here's one of the images from an earth record, and then a painting. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this beautiful work. All right, so we are honored to be able to invite Camila Young as our final speaker today. Camila, I'm going to read something that you stated, so I hope this is okay. This is in your own words. Camila seeks to, I seek new forms of climate solidarity through my work, ways for us to connect across cultures and environments. I turn to art as a method of cultural transmission when words aren't enough, and I seek to spark the environmental imagination. At Yale University, I am specializing in environmental studies and international policy, with my research examining the potential for alternative treaty frameworks grounded in cultural solidarity and artistic collaboration. I approach the art as a diplomatic form, a means of joining into a collective experience where you can connect beyond words. I'm currently developing an international cultural coalition for climate, the Green Table Alliance, as we lead up to COP30. Did COP30 happen already? Yes, okay, so this is not completely up to date, but maybe we'll hear a little bit more about that. Excellent, excellent. As the head of Yale student delegation to the UNFCCC, I've been working with my team to develop US grassroots mobilization for climate. My work seeks to approach what I call climate communion, a process of understanding the environment and each other through kinship and stewardship. I carry my Caribbean islander roots in my painted pieces, recalling the vibrancy of my mother's Puerto Rican traditions and in my compositions. Allegorical traditions inspire my pursuit of the visual metaphor and poetry, and I'm interested in engaging with the subjectivity of Eastern and Western environmental philosophies. Ultimately, I see the life we live as the greatest art, and my work with communities and creatives seeks to illuminate the raw beauty of interconnection. Camila is currently a student in the BA Environmental Studies and International Policy here at Yale University, also an MFA candidate at the Royal College of Art in London. Impressive. Awards and honors, exhibiting artist at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP30, and head of Yale's COP30 delegation, artist keynote speaker for the World Food Forum flagship event, at the United Nations Academic Impact Millennium Fellow, American Meteorological Society Minority Scholar, World Wildlife Fund Panda Ambassador, Fall 2024 cover artist for Yale Human Rights Journal, and innovator at Yale Innovation Summit Virtual Showcase Proposing the Climate Resistance. And so with that, please welcome Camila Young. Thank you.
Sure if it, I showed this morning.
Oh, good. We've got it. We've got it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Camila Isabel Young, but there's more to my name. Camila Isabel Young Lopez Embry Judice. But I haven't really gotten used to saying it that way because growing up in the States, you're not really supposed to have more names than your father's. But my mother is Puerto Rican, so I try to share that heritage with me everywhere I go because I think it's such a beautiful tradition. And it's part of the reason I create art today. The island has this really beautiful way of seeing nature. It talks about the earth as this thing that was born and you kind of were created with it. There's this story of a mother turtle, which I won't get into, but I grew up with these stories, these mythologies, and they've really influenced the way I understand color and light and mythology, which we've talked about at this conference. It's been really beautiful. Yeah, I grew up in Miami, next to a mangrove forest. So, like many people here, I have explored the way roots intertwine with the earth and kind of been able to witness its beauty in that way. And I'm really excited to share my art with you today. It's kind of been my way of expressing things that I don't have the words for, because words are so constricting. They have so much baggage attached to them. These cultural conceptions that you carry with a word, it's like, sometimes they create a block between the person that you are and the person that you want to be, and the person you want to present as. So hopefully the art will be a kind of a way to get rid of any of those barricades that don't let me translate what I'm trying to say. Okay, so I've been very lucky. Yale has funded me for the past few summers to go cloister with various religious leaders, cloister with monks. So my religious practice as well, but my painting practice tries to ask, how is nature? And it's a very inquisitive process. I have asked religious leaders, how do you interpret nature? What does it mean to care for it? And different religious practitioners believe in different things. Last summer, I got to stay with Trappist monks, And those Trappist monks are awesome, let me just say. They are so intentional. They take on this very like solemn and beautiful way of interacting with each other. They're silent most of the time, which means that they're in prayer and meditation for a lot of it. And the only way I was able to speak with one was through doing a confession. So I confessed all the things I was struggling with spiritually. And I asked, how can I use my art to create beauty in the world? What does it mean to create on behalf of truth? And he goes to me, what is truth? And I'm like, I don't know. What is truth? And I asked it back because I don't know what truth is. And he said, we don't have the truth. The truth has us. It's kind of this thing that envelops us that we get to witness. And it's so beautiful. And I asked, how can I use my art to enhance the truth so that we're living in it? And I asked him what the greatest symbol is. And of course, he's a Trappist monk. So he said the greatest symbol was Christ. But beyond that, he also took me to the roots of the word. Simbolo means to throw together. Diabolo means to throw apart. And for those of you that don't speak Spanish or aren't familiar with Latin, diablo, it means devil. So the way he understood the devil wasn't necessarily this being that was keeping you from God or keeping you from goodness. It was something that was like throwing you apart. It's instead of togetherness, it's apartness. And the way he explained it, we need to be very intentional about the symbols in our life because they can bring us together. Art can be that way that we come together and see each other and know each other. It's so beautiful in that way. It's like a bridge. And so I've tried to do that with my art. This piece in particular is called Nature's Three-Body Problem. It shows a woman intermingled with the landscape. There's this peacock that's like rising out of the mountains. And there's three suns that you can, depending on how you interpret it, they can either be seen as rising or setting. And everyone I've talked to has interpreted this very differently. And that's one of the beautiful things of art. I don't think anyone has a singular experience. Like, it changes. It's not meant to be. It's just an experience. It's a shared experience. Everyone can have different ones. But the reason that there's three suns, the reason I included three suns, is because I see the way that we interact with the world as kind of like our orbits. There are things that we decide to center ourselves around. Ensure that the things that you're centering yourself around are intentional. The things that, the orbits that you put yourself in, like, they ricochet off many other orbits. And so this is just kind of, it was a painting of intentionality. And to see these different gravitational pulls in your life. And for me, like, I try to center my work around God, and people might call him different things or understand the universe in different ways, but just to see what you believe and be intentional about it, I think is a beautiful thing. And I'll get into why this has to do with climate change. So 2 summers ago, I went to Japan to talk with some Buddhist monks. And I asked them, what do you think of climate change? Like, what is your interpretation of climate change? What is nature? Because I came into the conversation assuming that he would speak of interdependence and like a symbiotic relationship, but it surprised me because, and I guess maybe I could have known this going in because Buddhist monks are obviously very meditative, but he described climate change as an internal fight as much as it is an external one. He's like, the earth around you is degrading, but it shows what's happening internally with every person. If there's a war around, it's also internal. To not see yourself as separate from nature, as a part of it, it means that you feel this imbalance in your spirit as much as you do like outside. And he spoke about his own journey of trying to resist consumerism and resist practices of egotism, resist hubris. And it's a hard thing to do. These things are intermingled with climate change because at the end of the day, it's like who you are as a person, how you interact with the world, that changes the climate. And I think there's a lot of baggage to the word climate change. Like there's all these political opinions about what it can mean or what it does mean. But at the end of the day, it's how you're changing around what's around you and what's inside of you. And this painting, I made it, I think, a month ago. And I recognized that if I wanted to understand the rhythms of my spirit, I needed to look inside of me and understand the demons and the bad things that were a hold of me. There's like an iguana rising out of the back of this woman, because I grew up around iguanas. They're kind of like my versions of dragons. And then the fire that comes out of its mouth is like, it's blossoming into flowers, because there's beauty in destruction if you let it be beautiful, if you let it transform. And if you look at it for long enough, you let it transform who you are. Because once you die to yourself, you can become someone new, someone that you choose. So yeah, talking with religious leaders has really changed the way I understand climate change. I came into Yale and I learned the curriculum, the science curriculum about like carbon in the atmosphere and obviously like sea level rise. I've learned so much from the scientists I've had the privilege to learn from, but I think it's a whole another way of looking at it when you see the spiritual dimensions of the changing world, and then it's all interconnected. So this past year, as the head of Yale's delegation to COP30, and for those of you who aren't familiar, it's the UN Framework on Climate Change. It happens every year. Countries gather together to discuss how they're going to address climate change. And I was in charge of leading Yale's delegation, and I experimented with art as a diplomatic form, which means I organized a discussion among various ambassadors, diplomats, lawyers at the conference. And I held a Talanoa-style dialogue. A Talanoa-style dialogue, it originates from the Pacific Islander tradition. They have a format of discussion where everyone sits in a circle. There's no hierarchies. There's no one that's necessarily leading the discussion. It's just questions. And you're getting to know lived experiences of each person. And through wonder, through discovering as you're listening to each other, you kind of reach a consensus of like what to move forward with. Like you present the problem, you discuss, and you come to an agreement together. And with the help of other people in the room, other brilliant people in the room, we were able to kind of come to an agreement about what was necessary to approach the problem of climate displaced peoples. And one of those ways to help climate displaced peoples was just creating a culture of seeing anyone as a brother and a sister, no matter where they come from. But that's a really hard thing to do. And so we obviously discussed the legalities of it, and I won't get into it because there were lawyers in that circle. But I encourage you, if you're ever in a situation where you feel like you're just getting talked at, proposing maybe a dialogue that is more unhierarchical. And in these diplomatic spaces that they kind of feed the ego a little bit because they put someone on a pedestal. Sometimes you kind of need something to shake that up a bit, shake up those established hierarchies and change the way that we think about solutions and coming to solutions. Yeah. So I have recently been envisioning a climate renaissance. I think it is an inevitability, and this gathering is evidence that we will see a flourishing of humanity and environmental imagination in the future through interdisciplinary thinking and coming together. This gathering is already evidence of it happening, and I think it's going to continue happening. And something I want you all to consider is that earlier I talked about the significance of symbols and simbolo tying together. I think policy makers, scientists, cooks, community members, they're all going to come together, but the glue between each one of them, I think, is going to be artists, because artists can create those symbols. They can create those visual images that help translate between these people. So we will see a flourishing soon, and we can make it a possibility. This is something within our lifetime that we can do with the way that we interact with each other, by inviting artists into the room with us when decisions are happening or when we have to come up with solutions. And I'm learning every day what this means because I don't completely know. I have this like naive, beautiful, bright hope that this climate renaissance will happen because I keep meeting people that want to do it. So I encourage you all to be climate renaissance, society members yourself and create the world that you wish to have. And that's hard because it means confronting any of the demons inside of yourself that are trying to tell you that this is impossible. Hence, there's a lot of crying when I was creating this painting because I had to write out what was keeping me from achieving the things that I wanted to do. Yeah, it's a hard thing. Thank you so much. I'm so humbled to be in the presence of such brilliant people today. I was just like, and I get to go last, which is wonderful because that meant I get to hear everybody's wisdom before I went. So just thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila. Okay, so we are about at 3, which is when we're officially ending, and I think you're taking the stage, William, at 3:15. Is that correct? Lav, should we take like 1 or 2 questions? Okay, and do we want the panelists up here? Can we just do it? Okay, so panelists, why don't we come up and we'll just take a couple of questions. I'll end the share here. Let's see, we have Juliana. Juliana, sorry, I pinned you, so you're okay. All right, fantastic. Okay, what questions do we have? speaking into the mic so that people online.
The question that I have regarding your question is, how do you see art interacting with science, interacting with reality, interacting with potential reality in your work? My question for the question.
So this is something that I've thought a lot about since I sort of mentioned that a lot of my current work is quantitative, but I do have a studio art background, and I've thought a lot about, especially engaging with academia. Oftentimes you do research, you make a publication, and the people who read that publication are other scientists who already probably believe in what you believe in. So I've been really interested in conceptually how to break out of that as someone who wants to engage in academia, but also break out of it into something that's more translational and actually impacts, the community and makes a difference. So I'm only in the beginning start of my PhD program, so I have lots of time that I'm going to think through this, but an observation I had today was that I've thought a lot about how to possibly use art as this translation between my quantitative work and the research I do into something that's advocational for the public. And so a lot of the other presentations today have given me some sort of examples of other, many different ways that that can happen. So for me, it's been sort of inspirational of what I'm planning to do going forward. And I just, some of my plans specifically as an archaeologist is exhibits and museum work that are actually more impactful and meaningful than just an item taken out of context, put onto a pedestal and labeled. So it was really interesting that, those topics came up actually with you a lot and with Yale of, we're taking these really rich and important objects out of context onto a blank pedestal with a spotlight in a null space, and it's very abstract and takes away from their meaning. So part of what I'm really interested in is breaking out of the strict museum and out of academia and finding and hoping to find new balances in how to do more impactful museum work and archaeology in general. Things I'm hoping to
do. Well, this is related to what I just presented, but for the Talanoa style dialogue, I used art as the catalyst for a conversation. I used it as the question. The painting that was next to the quote, which was a woman bowing below a city that was crumbling due to a wave that rolled over it. It was a story of Babel reimagined from the lens of what if Babel was taken down by sea level rise. I placed that at the center of the Talanoa style discussion, and it turned into a real conversation about how we're seeing ego and hubris in politics today and what we can do to confront it. So just kind of like using art very literally, hey, what do you see? What do you think we should do? Has been kind of how I'm taking it. Also, in the artist process, I tend to start off with an abstraction and then I move to the particular, which helps me to see and feel my emotion before I try to name it. And that process, it helps me to feel the world differently. I know that sounds very abstract, I'm sorry. Can you answer the question?
I think about bringing the art out into the world. So out of the university walls, out of the galleries and museums. I grapple with that a lot because I make jewelry and it's been collected by museums. So it doesn't ever get another life. It doesn't have a life on a human unless curators are using it for a show or educational purposes. They'll bring it out and then you have to put white gloves on to pass it around, maybe. And so I'm kind of pivoting away from that kind of collection style and thinking about just having interactions with my communities about how jewelry is a powerful message conveyor.
Yeah, Erin, Juliana, oh, you might not have heard the question. Uh, well, my question was, do y'all have questions for each other? And then Tanya asked, how are you seeing sort of the relationships between the science and the art, like reflected in your own work, maybe through this process or just processes that you have in general?
I think that's a great question, Tanya. Hi, Tanya. Nice to see you. I think that I want to try to take my work out of the silos that have been placed around it and to try to gain understanding by blurring the boundaries between disciplines for a more holistic approach. I think that one problem we have is that everything is so separate, and we need to realize the interconnectedness of everything, and that it actually benefits the different disciplines to have more interaction and to help us open our minds in new and different ways.
As I was watching these talks, I was kind of fascinated by them, and because so many people working with kind of like public engagement at the same time, like trying to. I mean, everyone keeps talking about breaking down the boundaries or breaking down the divisions, and it's really inspiring as a poet to hear that. But at the same time, I feel like I'm just a poet and like I work without a readership, presumed readership in some way. I work in the most smallest of forms. And for a lot of times my question is less like, how can I reach other people, which feels like if I was the moments when I want to reach other people, I don't really necessarily turn to poetry that much, but I find it a really helpful way for helping me to think about things. And so, I mean, the kind of divide that often ends up where it's like, is there science over here and kind of like poetry over here, and are you bringing science into the poem? It all feels to me more like it's just like a series of things of interesting ideas, or a series of things that I feel like I can learn something from being in dialogue with. And it feels kind of selfish in many ways at sometimes, but I also feel like it's important not for me not to be kind of like naive about like the reach of this very minor genre that has, it doesn't have a lot of play in this moment.
I really appreciate how there's such an emphasis on this place of confusion, or Juliana, what you were saying, like the folks that are interested in breaking boundaries or barriers. I definitely saw that as a through line too, and I see my role as sort of like being positioned to disorder if order is what we already know, which is a colonial gaze and understanding. And being able to sit in the unknowing, I'm an abstract painter, and so like being able to sit in the unknown or the confusion, because what we know already isn't working, and so we have to we have to like dream another world, and we're already limited because we were all socialized in this environment and in this way. And so in order to envision another world, we actually we can't even fathom it. So we have to do things that make us uncomfortable. We have to look at things that make us confused a little bit as to like, wait, what am I, that captures that curiosity of like, what is this? What is, or these words create a sentence that, creates an image that, I mean, I don't fully understand what this means. And I think that space of unknowing, or that space of confusion, is really important for this time that we live in. And I come from like making banners and stuff for protests and art. And when you want to say something like "fuck the police," you don't make like a abstract painting with lines. Like you say, fuck the police. You say exactly what you want to say. And so it's interesting now to see like my role being kind of switched, where it's like, okay, what's being called now as I'm getting older and as our society is transitioning into like a different understanding is space and like the capacity to expand, to hold multiple truths. Yeah. Thank
Okay, well, I feel like we could just keep going because this is so fascinating, but I think we need to draw this part of the symposium to an end to leave room for William to get set up. So we're taking a 15-minute break, 10-minute break? Perfect. Okay, so for everybody, oh, clapping.